So just while I'm fáilte roimh go léireann sa chuig scoile channel go bhíle is fiche chathair. Looking down at the audience here at the Loch Fiachana and the Loch Déisiachta, I can see people here who were here last year and the year before, and in some cases, in fact, people who first came in 2013 when we set up the school. So it would be very remiss of me not to give a special welcome to them. It's always dangerous to single one person out, but there are times when you have to live dangerously, And the person I want to single out is a man called Michael Murphy. And Michael is the former president of University College Cork. And he came here to talk to the school in, I think about 2016 or thereabouts, on the importance of adult education and the responsibility, I suppose, for want of a better word, the responsibility which institutions like UCC have to extend their adult education programs to places like South Kerry. And true to his word, it was a policy that he followed very much while he was president. So why am I flattering him like this? It is because he's here today in another capacity, because he's running for the Chancellorship of the National University of Ireland. And that election will take place in October. And he's going around the country meeting various places where he can meet graduates. That is not to say, by the way, that he's not interested in meeting people who are not graduates, because I've known Michael for a long time. Michael would talk to the leg of a chair, as they say. He loves talking. He loves talking. And of course, he's wildly embarrassed now by all of this. But can I just introduce him to you over here? Michael, over here. Up you get. That's what happens when you run for election, Michael. You got to stand up, Otherwise, you go for your tea. But anyway, just to again repeat that election will take place at the beginning of October. There is another candidate, Linda O'Shea Farren. We wish both of them well, and whatever happens. But anyway, there are two candidates. As I said, we wish them well over the next few weeks and look forward to hearing the outcome the second week of October or thereabouts. So that's Michael Murphy. So again, I would also looking down here, there are a number of people that I don't recognize, and I assume they haven't been here before. And this is my way of telling you that you'll be interviewed during the course of the day to see if your visa will be renewed for next year. But anyway, welcome to you if you're here for the first time. Even though I'm saying this about ourselves, it's a very informal and sociable and interesting weekend, and I know you're going to have an enjoyable time, those of you who haven't been here before. What else should I say? Yes, a part of the reason, I suppose, why people enjoy our school so much is not just because of the informality and sociability of the occasion, but also because we're always very fortunate in being able to present great panels of great and interesting and eloquent and experienced and knowledgeable, what other phrase should I use, speakers. And we're no different this year. So I want to thank our speakers who give up of their time to come here. And again, at the risk of living dangerously, I just want to single one of these speakers out, and that's our old friend Dermot Lynch, who has come all the way here in his 93 years from Dermot is the son of Fionnán Lynch, and he'll be talking about his father after coffee. But as I say again, Dermot spoke to us, I think about 2016 or thereabouts. He came and gave his lecture. And I was asking where he had disappeared after the lecture. Oh, he's gone back to get the car ferry back to England. So at least we hope he'll hang around a bit longer today. So again, we're very appreciative of the time and the trouble, and it's a true honor to have you here with us, Dermot. One other group of people I suppose I should acknowledge, and that is our chair people. And our chairperson for the first session is Emer Ring, that many of you from Cahersiveen will already know. Why are the chair people important? The chair people are important is because they enable us to stick to our programs that are starting 15 minutes late. But when we were inviting our speakers, we asked them to confine their remarks to 20 to 25 minutes. And really, that's their job. So, Emer, no pressure, yeah. But Once a teacher, always a teacher, Emer. That's why you're on first. So again, the reason we do that is because we have people who follow us online. These proceedings are being streamlined online today. Not in Derrynane tomorrow because the internet connection is poor there, but we will record the proceedings in Derrynane tomorrow, and that will be on our website from Wednesday onwards. So again, in deference to them, really, we like to kind of follow the programme insofar as we are able to do so. So I think that is all I want to say at this stage, except again to renew my welcome to you, to be aware of the exit signs here, here, and here, which I'm like as if I'm running an airline, but anyway, here, here, and here, and to tell you that we'll be breaking for coffee at 11. And again, just to repeat, we will try our very best to try and keep to the programme. There will be a bit of slippage, there always is on occasions like this, but we want to kind of keep it to our programme as far as we possibly can. Bless you. So welcome again, and at this stage I'll introduce Emer Ring, who will present our first panel of speakers. Thank you very much.
Good Mursh, agus céad míle fáilte of Galéir go Cahersiveen and agus is mór an frivléadum bheith mar cahirirlig an banéil seo. So it really is truly a privilege to welcome you all here to Cahersiveen this morning, and a great privilege for me to be the chairperson of this really distinguished panel this morning. So as you can see, I'm under pressure from Werish, so I'm going to stick to the script here. And what I'm going to do first is just introduce our panel, each of our panel to you, and then we will hopefully have a few minutes for discussion at the very end of the panel, just before coffee. So it is my pleasure to introduce you to Anya Hyland. Anya is Emeritus Professor of Education and former Vice President of University College Cork. Anya is a leading authority on the history of Irish education in the 19th and early 20th centuries. She has published widely on the history of Irish education and on educational administration. Anya is a member of the Royal Irish Academy, and in recognition of her contribution to Irish education, she has been awarded a number of honorary doctorates. Her presentation this morning, The Transfer of Power from British to Irish Rule, the Case of Education, will focus on the implications for education of the partition of Ireland in 1922. Drawing on original correspondence between the leaders of the Provisional Government and the newly formed Northern Ireland Ministry for Education. So that is Anya, and Anya will be first here this morning. We listen to Anya. So next is Ciara, and Ciara Meehan is a professor and dean of students at University of Galway. A historian of 20th century Ireland, Ciara has published extensively on the political and social transformation of Ireland post-independence. Ciara's major works include The Cosgrave Part, A History of Cumann and Whalehead, A Just Society for Ireland, and Saving the State, Fine Gael from Collins to Varadkar, which she co-authored with political journalist Stephen Collins. Her most recent book, A Woman's Place, Changing Values in 1960s Irish Women's Magazines, was published as part of the Manchester University Press Gender in History series in 2023. Ciara's presentation this morning will focus on the 1960s. Bridget Laffan needs no introduction here this morning, a native of Cahersiveen. In fact, Bridget and I grew up on the same street here in Cahersiveen, and Bridget is a Professor Emeritus, European University Institute, and Chancellor of University of Limerick. In 2024, she was awarded the Gold Medal of the Royal Irish Academy for her work in the social sciences. Bridget is a recipient of numerous awards. She received the Chairman's Award for Distinguished Graduates, University of Limerick in 1991. In 2005, she was elected member of the Royal Irish Academy, and 2010 received the Ordre Nationale du Mérite from the President of the French Republic. Her scholarship has been recognised by the award as a Senior Fellow in the Social Sciences by the Government of Ireland, the Theseus Award for Outstanding Research on European Integration in 2012, and the Lifetime Achievement Award for Contribution to the Development of European Studies in 2014 by the UK Association for Contemporary European Studies. Bridget was also awarded a doctorate honoris causa by the National University of Ireland in 2015 and the University of Edinburgh in 2017. Bridget also has held numerous visiting fellowships, and her research focuses on the dynamic of European integration, and she has published 10 books, over 35 journal articles, and 65 book chapters in leading international academic presses. The title of Bridget's presentation this morning is Ireland, How a Small State Navigates a Turbulent World. So we all have a treat in store for us in the next hour or so. So I'd like to welcome Professor Anya Hyland to the podium, and here we go, Anya.
Gura míle maithagad Emer agus gura míle maithagad go léir agus go mórmhór gura míle maithagad de bhuiris tuis gan obair go léir rinne sé chun an cógáil seo a bheithing and seo. I'm delighted to be here, and I'm delighted to talk about the transfer of power from British to Irish rule and looking particularly at education in 1922. And coincidentally, and it's totally coincidental, my focus will be largely on the Minister for Education in the Provisional Government from the 1st of February to November 1922, Fionn Lynch, and the talks after 11 o'clock are also about that. So it's very interesting for me to hear another part of the life of Fionn Lynch, and I have, as I explained to his son, and I'm very honoured to have met his son this morning, I have some papers that I think may not have been seen before. And just to put a very brief background on why am I interested in this period, well, I did my PhD about 45, nearly 50 years ago on administration. I was a civil servant in the Department of Education back in the 1960s, 1959 to 1965. I had to leave then because of the marriage ban. I got married, and the marriage ban, of course, affected us, as we'll hear later on. But during that time, I became interested in the administration. Why is education administered like that? And later on, during the period of the marriage ban, before I could come back into the workforce, I did my PhD on the administration of Irish education. And again, because I knew the people in the department, I was able to access old files in the basement. I don't think they have ever been transferred to the National Archive, but I photocopied them at the time, and I came across them during COVID when I was clearing my attic and getting ready to hand over to the next generation. So my focus today, because I know I've only 20-25 minutes, will be on the refusal of Catholic teachers in Northern Ireland to recognise the Northern government. They were referred to on the files as the recalcitrant teachers. And I'm going to look at the role of the provisional government. I could look at lots of other things, but since there it is. I've listed here letter books, files, and so on, which I photocopied at that stage. As far as I can see, they're not in the National Archive, but I propose to have a better search of the National Archive and hand them over. But mine are only photocopies, by the way, so I didn't take originals or anything like that. And I looked at a number of secondary sources. So let us start on the 16th of January 1922, when Rialtas Sealadach na hÉireann, the provisional government, met for the first time, as it was about to take over the administration of all the services in Saoirstát na hÉireann from the British government. And this meeting, as you can see, at that meeting, Michael Collins was elected as chairman of the provisional government. The meeting was held in the morning of the 16th, and in the afternoon, they went up to Dublin Castle and took over formal responsibility for administering the Saoirstát. From the 1st of February to the 30th of August 1922, there were two ministers for education. Fionn Lynch was Minister for Education in the Provisional Government, and Micheál Michael Hayes, was Minister for Education in the Dáil. Lynch assumed responsibility for primary and Hayes for secondary education. And after the death of Michael Collins, Owen MacNeill was appointed Minister for Education, and he was Minister for Education from the 30th of August 1922 to 24th of November 25. I don't know why, I may speak to some of the other researchers, why they didn't reappoint Fionn Lynch, because he was very active and very involved. I won't talk about the allocation of staff. I was personally quite interested in that, just to think of how, when you split a country, as we did when Ireland was partitioned, how did they work out who was to go north and what papers? That was actually done extremely efficiently and very smoothly, because there was a man called Bonaparte Wise, who was one of the most senior people in the education office in Marlborough Street at that time. And he had set up a committee. There were committees in all civil service offices, but the Whitley Committee in the education department, it was was particularly efficient. They had about 15 meetings, and they worked very smoothly. Who would go north and to Belfast, and who would stay in Dublin? And about 30 civil servants volunteered to go to Belfast. Virtually all of them were either Church of Ireland or Presbyterian. The files are very interesting because you can see who they are, where they lived, and all the practical arrangements, but I won't focus on that now, other than just to mention that even though Bonaparte Wise, who was, as I said, the secretary, the closest equivalent we would have today maybe to a senior deputy secretary of a department, he was a Catholic, but he did go north. Nobody knew he was going to go north until the very last minute. And there were practical and salary and other reasons for that. And of course, even though he was a Catholic, he was not a nationalist and would not have been supportive, for example, of the 1916 rebellion. Immediately on the 1st of February, the 1st of February was the due date for the transfer of education. They had dates arranged under the Government of Ireland Act of 1920, which departments would move on which dates. And for education, the transfer date was the 1st of February. And on that date, the provisional government had appointed what they referred to as a chief executive for education, which in a way explains why Bonaparte Wise went north. He knew he would not be the most senior person anymore in the ministry. And he also did not have the Irish language. He was not a nationalist, wasn't interested in the Irish language. And of course, the focus of the new government was going to be on the strengthening of the national fibre by giving the language, history, music and tradition of Ireland their natural place in the life of Irish schools. And that was to have a huge influence on the curriculum of national schools from the 1st of February, from St. Patrick's Day, actually, 1922, straight away. I won't go into detail on this, but the work in the infant standards was to be entirely in Irish, and the Irish language should be taught or used as a medium of instruction for not less than 1 full hour each day in all national schools. And that, it was, I suppose, considering what a major change it was reasonably effective. And that's all one can say, and I won't go into the detail of that because that's not the focus today. Similarly, in the case of the secondary schools, there was a new emphasis on the Irish language, and immediately from 1922 onwards, candidates could choose to sit their papers through the medium of Irish. And we can see straight away that in Northern Ireland, where the new Minister for Education was Lord Londonderry, he stated, "I will not for one moment, as your Minister for Education, allow the use of the so-called Irish language in the intermediate examinations for Northern Ireland." So we can see straight away that there's going to be a major rift in terms of curriculum and so on between the Northern Ireland government and the provisional government. Interestingly enough, again, many of you will know this, my focus, because it's on administration, won't talk about the very significant changes and challenges that occurred during 1922, and particularly the outbreak of the Civil War and all of the issues that arose. And it's interesting to see how administration has to continue, regardless of what's happening on the political and on the military side. And we'll hear more about the military side, I presume, after 11. But what I found interesting was at those 2 early meetings of the provisional government on the 2nd and the 20th of February 1922, Bishop McCrory, Catholic Bishop of Down and Connor, was actually present at those meetings. Now, it's inconceivable today that a bishop would attend a cabinet meeting. So for me, that was quite a surprise. And given, the concerns of the previous decades about home rule being Rome rule, which I felt may have been exaggerated, when I saw this, I thought, oh wow, this is not exactly what maybe one would have expected. And immediately, the first item on the agenda was education in Northern Ireland. Bishop McCrory, who was, like Michael Collins, he was strongly opposed to partition. He wanted to know how they in the North could support the anti-partition movement, if you like. So immediately, at that meeting, a policy of non-cooperation with the Northern government was formally adopted. Now, we have to remember, of course, that Michael Collins had signed the treaty in December, and that by a narrow margin, the Dáil had approved the treaty in January. Nevertheless, personally, Michael Collins was very strongly opposed to partition. Partition was, of course, a stream in the treaty. But he had hoped that the Boundary Commission would bring back a 32-county Ireland. That was his expectation and his hope. And so while formally he was cooperating, if you like, with the provisional government was cooperating with the Northern government, in practice, that very first meeting had adopted a policy of non-recognition. And here is Bishop McCrory here, and I just mentioned that Michael Collins guaranteed, he said, the provisional government will finance, if there are teachers in Northern Ireland who refuse to recognise the Northern government, the provisional government will finance their salaries. And the INTO, the Irish National Teachers Organisation, straight away Fionn Lynch was instructed by Michael Collins to go north and to encourage teachers not to recognise the Belfast government and to assure them that their salaries would continue to be paid by the Southern government. The INTO was approached by some of the Northern teachers to get their support, but the INTO decided to remain neutral. And as we will see during the year, that was probably a wise decision in the longer term. T.J. McElligott, who wrote a history of the INTO in the 1960s, expressed, at the time, he expressed his grave personal doubt of the wisdom of this proposal. Now, how would the provisional government pay the Catholic teachers? The provisional government didn't want the salaries to be traceable back to Dublin. So it was decided not to pay the salaries out of the education vote, but to pay them out of the Secret Service vote. And the Munster and Leinster Bank agreed to honour the cheques and to maintain confidentiality. And how in practice would they get the cheques to the teachers? Well, there was the secretary of the Six County Committee of the INTO, a man called Sean O'Diffin, John Duffin. I must say he comes across really well. He agreed to act as intermediary. And the work he did, and I found the files, and I have numerous letters from Sean O'Diffin, handling all kinds of issues that you'd have 5 or 6 sections in a department looking after: teacher pensions, absences, illnesses, all kinds of issues that came up. Teachers who didn't get their full salary, teachers who were writing to him to ask why was this. You can just imagine there were 700 teachers in Northern Ireland involved, and he would send down the names of these teachers on it was on the train from Belfast to Dublin. The person who looked after the trolley, as we call it now, on the train used to bring these lists down. Somebody would be there at Connolly Station, as it's called now, to collect them. They'd get the money, put them into individual envelopes, and this big box of package of envelopes would be given to the guy again on the train, and he'd bring them back up to Belfast. And then Sean O'Diffin would distribute them to the 700 teachers all over the 6 counties of Northern Ireland. Sean O'Diffin always wrote in Irish, and his letters are really fascinating because there's so much detail in them about the teachers. Now, I've just confirmed this morning, there are a number of memorandums on the files, and I wasn't sure whether this was Fionn Lynch's writing, but it is his writing. I'm delighted that his grandson and his son have confirmed that. I suspected it was. But his concern, within a month, there were a number of other members of the provisional government who were not happy about the non-cooperation policy. And Fionn had to act to try and convince them. He was sent by Michael Collins up north to try and get more teachers to join the boycott. And then they were asking him, well, can you ensure that we will continue to be paid and that there won't be any downside to this? This is one of his many memorandums. I promised today a deputation of teachers from Belfast who are with us that we would stand by them to the end of this fight. I pointed out that the inspectors at present serving in the 6 counties have not been transferred. So even though the civil servants were transferred on the 1st of February, it wasn't until the end of March, very shortly after this actually, that the inspectors were transferred. Shall I now transfer them? This memo is probably going to Michael Collins. Unfortunately, as happens in these cases, there are 5 or 6 pages, but they're not complete. I haven't got everything in them. Shall I now transfer them in spite of that promise and similar promises to bishops and leading managers in the north that we'd stand by the teachers until a final settlement was arrived at? And how about paying the teachers their salaries for February? The claims are now into us, and this time the amount involved will be up to £15,000. So you can see the worry now. The teachers want more certainty. Some of the provisional government are doubtful, and in fact, he was instructed to transfer the inspectors. So the inspectors were transferred shortly after that. And as we come into April, it becomes clear that not all members of Cabinet supported the non-recognition policy. So, for example, William O'Brien, during 1922, there wasn't a Department of Finance. They were just transferring. And so he'd be the closest equivalent to our now Secretary General of the Department of Finance. He was called the Secretary to the Treasury, and he was in Dublin Castle still. He expressed concern, while he was a nationalist, he was concerned as well with civil service rules and regulations, and he expressed concern to Fiona Lynch that disguising the payment of Northern Ireland teachers' salaries as part of the Secret Service vote was illegal. He asked that steps be taken to terminate these obligations at the earliest possible date. So you have now, you can see the conflict within the provisional government. Will we or will we not continue? This was the most overt form of non-cooperation. Discussions began, when I say discussions, correspondence began between the provisional government and the Northern Ministry for Education during April. And they're fascinating because you have Michael Collins, first of all, Lord Londonderry inviting them to come, Michael Collins and Fiona Lynch to come north and discuss with Craig and Londonderry this issue. And then a reply saying, sorry, we're not free, we can't go north, would you come south? And another letter saying, no, I can't go, and there were dates being mentioned, if I can't come next week, why I can't come, and so on. And it looked as if there was a softening of attitudes in the south, and that Michael Collins, and these were letters from Collins, not even from Fiona Lynch, they were actually from Collins himself, proposing that a conference be arranged and saying we won't place any obstacles in the way. Now, from then on, the teachers are getting worried, as you can imagine, because you have 2 things happening in parallel. On the one hand, it appears as if Collins and Lynch are going to meet the Northern government and come to some settlement. Teachers hear about this, they want guarantees. They particularly want a guarantee before the INTO Congress at Easter. INTO Congresses were always at Easter. They wanted anxious to get some kind of a guarantee that this support would continue. And again, as I say, and I actually have copies of the wires, the old telegrams coming. Now, by this stage, we're talking telegrams coming from Lord Londonderry to Fiona Lynch or to Michael Collins. And that now, by the end of April, Lord Londonderry is asking for guarantees that the Southern government knows nothing about the payments to these 700 teachers. And ironically, at one, it's an interesting, I was kind of surprised, I would have been a Michael Collins fan, but I was surprised to find him prevaricating on this. He wouldn't say that they were not paying them, but he wouldn't say that they were either. So it was one of those, and then you have a formal letter, interestingly, from one from Bonaparte Wise to Dilworth in the south. They were the two senior civil servants running the education office in Dublin up until the 1st of February. Now you have one of them in Belfast, one of them in Dublin. Bonaparte Wise writing to Dilworth saying, quite honestly, I can tell you, he wouldn't have known, he wouldn't have been in on it, because he was coming up to retirement, he was a Protestant. They had always in the education office, the senior people, you'd have one secretary who was a Catholic, one who was a Protestant. Similarly in the inspectorate, the chief inspector, there were two chief inspectors. That went back to the 19th century to make sure that there was fair allocation of senior jobs between Catholics and Protestants. So here we are now coming into August, and the situation is getting quite serious at this stage. The provisional government set up a committee of Ernest Blythe, Michael Hayes and Patrick Hogan to prepare a memorandum about the payment of Northern teachers. Interestingly, Fionn Lynch is not on that little group, possibly because they wanted somebody at a distance. And these three senior people were unambiguous. They said, from the point of view of finance, educational efficiency and public morality, it is indefensible to continue to pay the Northern teachers. We must stop doing it. And on the 18th of August, the committee strongly urged that negotiations with the Northern government on the question should be undertaken without delay. Now, you'll all know what happened 4 days later. This is just a letter from Bonaparte Wise in the ministry to the Catholic managers now, threatening to not recognise their schools for any purposes and to strike them off the list of schools. On the 22nd of August, of course, Michael Collins was assassinated, and his assassination led to great unease among the Northern teachers. Of course, it was a terrible tragedy and so on, but he had been the perpetrator of the policy of non-cooperation, and in the weeks before his death, it was clear that the policy had little support among other members of the government, and of course, Fionn Lynch was left hanging out to dry in a way. 3 days only after Collins's death, Sean O'Diffeen wrote, and always wrote in Irish, Ní cartam a bheith scríomh cúta gan am seo, nuair a bhfuil bás bhíl ina lí oribh, ach is buailach lom go néantaigh me button mór man a bhí me cúp córla uat I gceist na múntóirí. I shouldn't be writing to you at this time when Michael's death is heavy on all of you in the office, but I fear that damage will be done if I don't get advice from you about the Northern teachers. On the 1st of September, Duffin wrote to Lynch informing him that he proposed to have a meeting of the teachers to try to agree the terms of a settlement, and if he could get them to agree, he would ask the managers to negotiate. And so, to my disappointment, while he did say at that stage that Bishop McCrory would cooperate, in fact, it wasn't Bishop McCrory, it was two other bishops who became involved in trying to resolve the problem. And the INTO General Secretary wrote to Fionn Lynch appealing to him to do anything to bring the problem to an end. If there's any little thing that I can do, while the INTO had stayed out of it formally, they were willing. I should please to do so for the sake of the poor dear old country. No words of mine could express my sad feelings on the death of Messrs Griffith and Michael Collins. So you can see the turmoil that the country is in so many ways, and yet here we have the 700 teachers and their salaries and their jobs are at risk. And here again, on the 8th of September, a letter again. He had been in the southern, writing again, saying, we're not going, you'll be just struck off now. There was no move in September. I mean, of course, the government was so tied up in so many other issues, I guess and of course, Fionn Lynch was already being asked to take charge. I think, again, the military people will know more than I do about this, but I think he was getting more involved in the civil war at the request of the provisional government. October, the Northern government decided to toughen up on the question. There's a long letter there from Duffin in Irish saying that neither Craig nor Londonderry were prepared to accept the recalcitrant teachers, Namuntori, Tridaha, he calls them, without penalising them in some way. And then Bishop Mulhern, Bishop of Dromore, the Catholic Bishop of Dromore, he instructed his managers to recognise the authority. And of course, once that happened, you now began to undermine the whole situation. And this is another long memo on the Arat Idachish file, giving the background and the dilemma. And this was not the only problem, there were other problems. By the end of, when did the end come from the teachers? In November, eventually, and it was the managers. The Southern government did nothing. They just they ignored the problem, but they said they weren't going to pay the salaries any longer from the 1st of November, and they left the teachers out to dry, and whichever managers had supported them. And it was the managers had to resolve the issue with the Northern government, and they were accepted back in. Again, I won't go through the conditions. Except for some unfortunate teachers, and again, this is a whole story, fascinating story, those who were interned in Northern Ireland, and they got no salary at all from any government until they were released in the summer of 1923. The Argenta ship was the ship on which they were interned in Belfast Lough. And finally, the long-term implications for the teachers. Their pensions, any of us who have been in the public service who are teachers, we know that even though 4% of their salaries were withheld by the provisional government as a superannuation contribution, the contributions were not paid into any pension funds. These are the kinds of things I'm interested in. Most of the world isn't interested in these administrative details. But it was very important for the 700 teachers. Their pensions were reduced by 1/40th of the pension per annum. Those who retired between 22 and 23 lost up to £30, which is very significant in pensions. They lost increments. The period involved did not count as incremental service, and as a result, teachers lost an average of £10 to £12 each. Capitation grants, the schools lost 5/6 of the annual capitation grants, and there were other grants that they could get for instructing monitors and pupil teachers. They were reduced as well. So in conclusion, while there was a smooth transfer of education administration from British to provisional government from the paperwork point of view and from the civil servants, there were, of course, other key problems that continued. Mostly, it would have been okay had the policy of non-cooperation been adopted, but because of that policy, not alone teacher salaries, issues about training colleges, issues about the intermediate examinations, there were a range of other issues that took many, many years to fully resolve because of the policy of non-cooperation. And I ultimately felt the Catholic teachers were pawns in a political standoff and were ultimately the losers. Gura míle maith agat.
Right. Well, what a fabulous paper to follow. I'm absolutely delighted to be here this morning. And when Maurice contacted me to ask me would I speak, I absolutely was thrilled to get that invitation. When he asked me to talk about the 1960s, I was trying to think of a way that I could tie it into the idea of Ireland's changes and challenges. I suppose there's been a development in social media over the last few months that really helped link all of this together. Shamelessly, I'm going to start off with a plug to say that what I'm talking about today comes from my most recent book that you heard mentioned there, which is based on 4 women's magazines that were published in Ireland in the 1960s. The main one was Woman's Way, which started publication in 1963 and continues to the present day, albeit in a different iteration. By the mid-1960s, it was claiming to be the greatest selling women's magazine in Ireland, with a readership of 280,000 and was outselling all of the imported British magazines. And its appeal was that it was for Irish women, written by predominantly Irish women. And although the first editor was a man, the subsequent editors were women as well. So very much a publication of its day for its readers of the day. Coming onto the market then later in the 1960s, within the same stable of publications was Woman's Choice magazine, Woman's View and Young Woman. And when I was doing the research for this book, I was considering them in the longer history as well in terms of service and what they were trying to do with their readership. So I would have argued that they were a continuation of prescriptive literature. Manuals like these that was published in the 1930s called The Young Wife. And I first came across this clearing out the attic in my parents' house, and this would have been owned by my grandmother. So there's a lot of continuity of theme of finding things in attics, which is a treasure trove for the historian in many ways. These marriage manuals and other similar prescriptive literature, which were so popular in the early part of the 20th century, became less popular as we moved into the 1960s. And I would argue that's because the magazines grew in popularity and the homegrown magazines in particular really became very popular. I also think they replaced the manuals because of the sections that allowed readers to write in their own letters, and also because of the problems pages as well. So they were more reactive to their readers than the static publications of the magazines or of the manuals. I also argued in the book that the magazines were the forerunner of Google. They were the places where you could go to get answers to questions that were particular to people, to the readers themselves. So they were a form of information as well as a form of entertainment too. And to tie this to kind of what I want to talk about today, since I wrote the book, there has been the emergence of a movement on social media, particularly on Instagram and TikTok, where women have started to subscribe to this idea of being trad wives. And the hashtag which was used on social media was trad wife. And to explain what that means, I went back to one of the accounts that was promoting it. And this is from the Trad Wives Club account. So it poses the question, what is a trad wife? A traditional wife, as you would expect. She is predominantly a homemaker, so a woman who embraces her primary role of managing the home and taking care of her husband and her children. She is someone who embraces her feminine side, her feminine nature and qualities, so femininity as opposed to feminism. She trusts her husband's leadership and sees her husband as being the dominant voice in the home. And that by handing over leadership to a man, that he will make the best decisions for the family. She supports traditional values, so she sees the sanctity of marriage and a traditional marriage as being very important. She sees the importance of traditional gender roles, and particularly she sees the importance of the nuclear family. And so ultimately, as they explain, it's simple. She rejects modernity and embraces tradition. And again, just to remind you, this is not the 1960s, this is Ireland of 2014. Now, the tradition of, or the idea of the trad wife has its roots in the United States and is much more grounded there. I won't go into all of it now, but is much more grounded in the division of politics that we're seeing now between the left and the right wing, and it's a return to traditional values. But as we see so often with social media, it spreads beyond the country where it starts and gets picked up and adapted in different ways in other countries. And many Irish women, particularly those in their 20s and 30s, are picking up on it and talking about how they want to go back to the tradition of the 1950s and the 1960s and be traditional wives who have chosen, as they see it, to stay at home, to be a good wife to their husbands who are ultimately the breadwinner, and to really embrace the idea of family values. But as we know as historians, it's never as clear-cut as that. And I think why the magazines are really relevant to today is not just to show the changes, but also kind of the challenges of being too prescriptive about what the golden age of the 1950s and the 1960s looked like. So to go back to this manual, it was very clear about the role of a wife. The home is the wife's world, so that's firmly where she was located. It said that your husband comes first in the house and his will should prevail. And it also said, I'm getting lots of nods in the front of the room here. It also said that the ultimate aim of a woman was, of course, to become a mother as well. So very traditional in its understanding and very much of the time period. This, of course, was reiterated still in the 1960s. So in Woman's Choice magazine, it said that marriage, whether a good thing or a bad thing, is what almost every woman searches for. And Woman's View magazine said that marriage is the ultimate goal of every young woman. As a woman who isn't married and doesn't believe in marriage myself, I am clearly failing as a woman, but there we go, that's a whole other story. And so as you flicked through the pages of these magazines, which I clearly learned nothing from when I was doing my research, I should say, there were lots of these sorts of publications that laid out spreads of beautiful dresses and so on. And then there was a recurring column as well, written by Ethna Ryan, who was the bridal consultant for Woman's Way magazine, that gave every piece of information about furnishing the home and getting it ready. So as she said, you must plan a new home and turn empty rooms into a personal world of love. And it got as detailed and granular as how many cups and saucers you should have, how many tea towels you should buy, how many sets of linen for the bedroom. So very, very useful and very prescriptive, and again, very traditional. There we go. So Woman's Choice had a tendency to package its advice in terms of quizzes. So these were fun quizzes that ran very regularly in the magazines, but they were also meant to be educational and kind of guide the readers on how they should behave and present themselves. So this quiz, for example, are you an ideal wife? Had a set of 17 questions, and I'll come back to this momentarily, but if you flipped the page around, it gave the answers, and of course the answers were in line with what cultural expectations expected of an ideal wife at the time. And again, just to say, I failed this quiz miserably. But I'll come back to that. But let's just remind ourselves what Ireland in the 1960s looked like, and we already heard reference to some of this from Professor Hyland. So artificial contraception was illegal in the sense that, yes, the pill existed, but it was only used as a cycle regulator, not as a form of contraception. And it wasn't until the late 1970s that sale of it was legalised by the then Fianna Fáil government. Women couldn't serve on juries. That had been a decision introduced in the 1920s, and it wasn't until much later that that was reversed. We've heard how women in the public sector had to give up their job on marriage, and although that marriage ban didn't extend legally into the private sector, a lot of private businesses did follow a similar pattern. And those women who did stay in employment were not entitled to equal pay because, again, that was a concept that came later on. And I think it's worth reminding ourselves as well that marital rape as a legal concept did not exist either in the 1960s. And so there was this expectation that if a husband wanted to be physically intimate with his wife, that it was her obligation to meet those desires. So Ireland in the 1960s, particularly when trad wives today look back to that period, wasn't necessarily a great place for a woman to be. The concept of equality wasn't something that was enshrined in the political, legal, economic fabric of that time period. But of course, the 1960s was a period of transformation and of change, and later, towards the end of that decade and into the 1970s, as the women's liberation movement arrived, there was a push back against this and a move towards equality. But again, in the book, I argue that the women's magazines were also part of that shift. And it shows again the idea of change in Ireland in the 1960s and how that kind of took different forms. So, sorry now, there we go. If we go back to this quiz that I referenced, I mean, on the surface of it, it's quite an entertaining quiz, and it says things like, you know, is your husband polite to you and attentive? How much do you read and what? And when he comes home from work, do you listen to him sympathetically or do you tell him the troubles of your day, right? So on the face of it, from the perspective of 2024, you know, entertaining. But I think the quiz is also really telling of the kind of low-key but indeed important ways that the magazines were pushing at boundaries at the time. Because if you look at the first question, it says, list the following in order of importance to you: home, children, career, husband. Now, you is capitalised as though it's inviting your take on it, but of course there is a supplied answer and there is a right answer. So as much as anybody has their take on it, they are still supposed to be in line with values. And when you tip the page around, the answer says, the list should read husband, children, home, career. Yep, entertaining, and it very much echoes what was in those manuals of the 1930s, because again, if we go back to the young wife, if you recall, it says that you know, the husband should come first in the home, his will should prevail. So very much in keeping, it's a line of continuity there. But as I said, the 1960s is also a decade of change, and I think it's important to remember that. And those of you who are alert at this hour in the morning, who've had your coffee, will notice that there is a significant difference between this and what we saw with the Young Wife manual, which is that career is actually listed. Yes, it's number 4 on the list. It's the bottom of the priorities, but it is named nonetheless. And we're not just talking about a job, we're talking about a career. So very much speaking to middle-class wives in particular, who hadn't had the necessity to go into the workplace, but now is encouraging them to look beyond the home and to think about other options that are available to them. And the magazines, I think, filled not only an entertaining role in the 1960s, but they also had a remit to engage and to educate readers as well. And these are just some examples of columns that were recurring in the magazines. So there were debates around things like corporal punishment. There was advice about the safe period and use. So again, referring to contraception, albeit not artificial. You had a regular piece where a barrister or a solicitor provided advice to readers. And then it also had pieces on the common market, on potential membership of the European Economic Community. Whenever budgets were coming around, there will be explainer pieces on what it would mean for the household budget and so on. So, you know, it's not just about pure entertainment and kind of frivolous pieces. It's also, you know, quite, I don't want to say hard-hitting, but certainly thought-provoking in much of the content. So as I said, think back to that, if you think back to that quiz that listed career, albeit as 4th, but listed it nonetheless, the magazines also indicated other opportunities in employment in other ways. So these are just 2 examples. Woman's View in 1968 ran a feature on wives who are successful careerists. And then Woman's Choice, also in 1968, profiled Joan Lawler, who was the managing director for Arnott's. I do quite like the idea, or the headline of "Woman Boss Fine," and that's a quote from a man. But you know, good to get the seal of approval. What's really interesting, though, about these is that it is continuity and change all wrapped up in the same piece. So what they always did, and you can almost draw a line down it when you've got the hard copy in front of you, the articles always followed the same format. The first half would talk about the woman as a wife. about how she was a great support for her husband, about how, despite the fact that she was out working, she was a brilliant mother, how she would cook on a Sunday evening, batch cook for the week, so that when she came in from work, she would be tired, but she still had a nutritious meal for her family. And then the second half, having set up the fact that she was such a good wife, would then transition to talking about what she was like in the workplace. And the message was very clear that if you stepped outside the domestic sphere, you were still a good wife. So you were still meeting the cultural expectations, but you could push the boundaries of your world. And that was the kind of, rather than criticising women in the home, what the magazines did was instead provide this positive spin on it, that yes, you could be in the home if that's where you find your value and your identity, but you can have more than that as well. In a way, it's a little bit toxic to use that phrase, because it's still the idea of women can have it all, and by having it all, there is pressure associated with that. But you know, this is a kind of a very clear way in which the magazines pushed the boundaries and really spoke about change. The readers themselves engaged with this as well. I won't go through this in detail, but you'll see readers writing in saying, you know, I think a woman's place is in the home, or I don't see the point in wasting what talent I have. Once I get married, I want to keep working. And I think that's one of the reasons why the magazines became so popular as well. They provided a space for women to articulate their views about what was happening in society at the time and allow them to locate themselves within that change. The magazines advocated for women in lots of other ways. Caroline Mitchell, who was the second editor of Woman's Way, who'd had a career with the Irish Times as well, advocated for equality in pay. So not only were they saying that women should and could be in the workplace, but that they should be getting paid the same as a man for the same job. They advocated for women to become more political, either to serve in politics themselves or to develop their own interpretation of political life rather than being guided by their husband in terms of who to vote, but that they should actually take their own position on politics. So Frances Condell, a former Lord Mayor, regularly wrote for Woman's Way, Woman's Choice, did a whole piece around if I were Taoiseach. One of the names there, Frankie Byrne, might be familiar to some of you. And again, it created almost like a fantasy cabinet made up of prominent Irish women and what the government might look like if those women were to be in office. The whole idea was not only use your vote and use your vote on your interpretation, but actually put yourself forward and be the change you want to see within political life. Monica McEnroe, what a wonderful woman she was. She started writing for the magazine for Woman's Way, in the mid-1960s. And as her term there went on, she became more political and more fearless, really. And she took aim at many key figures in Irish life at the time, what could only be described as kind of almost an acid pen. She tackled the big issues of the day, so long gone are, well, not, sorry, they haven't disappeared, but, you know, rather than the spreads on the wedding dress of the day, now you've got Monica McEnroe tackling social issues. So apologies for using the term, but it is the term that was in use at the time. And this particular article, she talks about illegitimate children, which of course is not a term used anymore, and rightly so. But she really takes to task what she sees as society's attitude towards such children, criticising them and talking about a more inclusive, more compassionate and more empathetic society. She challenged readers to really reflect on their values and to think about a changing Ireland and what they wanted a new Ireland to look like. And then she challenged others as well. So one of her most prominent campaigns was for the legalisation of artificial contraception and the availability of the pill more broadly. And in this particular article, she took aim at the Pope, and because of the disappointments around Humanae Vitae and the Second Vatican Council, she was very clear as to the responsibilities of Irish society. In one particular case, her article was on the front cover of Woman's Way, and it was headed Monica McElroy on Britain's bloody mistake, abortion, and it was just after the introduction, of the Abortion Act in 1967 in England. She poses the question, are we going to let the fullness of time find us repeating Britain's bloody mistake? And when I when I looked at the cover of the magazine and I read kind of the opening lines, I sort of expected it to be a piece about why abortion shouldn't come to Ireland, but actually she was very clever. And what she did was she flipped it, knowing that abortion at the time wasn't something that Irish society was yet ready to think about. She positioned contraception in the context of that bigger debate and said that unless contraception was available more fully in Ireland, that those with unplanned, unwanted or pregnancies that couldn't go to full gestation, that women would travel from Ireland to England, where abortion was now available, as we know that was happening, to have this procedure. And so she advocated for the introduction of contraception to stop abortion from coming to Ireland. So yes, maybe perhaps a conservative take on the position, but nonetheless a very powerful and very clever argument to be framing at this time in the 1960s. Perfect. I'm actually just coming to the end, so perfect timing. So that is a very quick pit stop, I suppose, through the ways that the magazines were very traditional, but also very much pushing at the boundaries and challenging Ireland during a kind of time of change in the 1960s. To go back to what I said at the start and to bring us all full circle about where these magazines fit in terms of advising people on society and societal values, where it fits in terms of this new trend that's happening on social media, where people are looking to go back to traditional values of the 1950s and 60s. I would say, you know, as I already have, the 1960s was a period of change, transition and transformation. But as the magazines show, it wasn't a neat process. In fact, it was messy. Within the covers of these magazines, old and new Ireland coexisted. Many women found value and a sense of identity in their role as housewives, and they celebrated being in the domestic sphere. Others wanted more than their mother's generation, so one of the things they advocated for in the readers' columns was running water and electricity as a basic requirement before they got married. And others still wanted equality and liberation and to push back entirely against what had gone previously. The dividing lines between those groups is not neat, and nor can it even really be visualised as a dividing line at all. The magazines never rejected the concept of women in the home. I think that's important. But as we've seen, they did push the boundaries. And that way they kept their readership with them rather than upsetting people with traditional values. They acknowledged and encouraged a desire for fulfillment beyond the domestic sphere, demonstrating that equality and femininity did not have to be mutually exclusive. Now, leaving aside some of the deeply problematic facets of the trad wife movement, particularly that in the United States, for many of those in Ireland, I think, who are embracing that concept today in 2024, their nostalgia overlooks the complexities of an era that the trend is seeking to replicate. And I think in terms of Ireland today and its challenges, it further highlights the limitations of social media when it comes to something as important as nuance. And I think we're seeing that in a whole variety of ways with debates happening in society today. So the magazines in the 1960s, they were messy, they were complex, they showed that traditional values and change could coexist together. And they showed as well that, you know, progress is never neat, and that when we want to hark back to what is perceived as the golden age, that we have to question what really is a golden age, and is it as straightforward as social media perhaps might suggest. Thank you very much.
And now finally, Bridget.
So good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here, to be home. I was born literally 5 minutes from here down the street and spent all of my formative years in the town of Cahersiveen. It's also wonderful to share the morning with Diarmuid Lynch. My grandfather, Mort O'Connell, served under Fionnán in 1916, and I think they were guests of His Majesty's government for quite some time after. When Murish asked me to talk about Ireland change and challenge and said, do something on the EU, I thought maybe I might go back a little further and think about how a small state like Ireland exercises its sovereignty in the international system, how it practices sovereignty, and how it managed to transform itself from a state-seeking nationalism into a respected, recognized state in the international system. So that's broadly, now it's a pit stop and I know it's 25 minutes and just tell me if it's taking too long. But these photographs give you snapshots of different periods. You have De Valera speaking at the League of Nations, the Declaration of the Republic, Lynch and Paddy Hillary signing the Treaty of Accession in January 1972, and that particular picture is why I actually decided to study European studies. I was in our kitchen 5 minutes from here, and Brian Farrell was talking about this very momentous event, and I had just seen that some place called NIHE Limerick was starting a new course in European studies, and I thought, that's what I'll do. And I remembered the moment of absolute clarity when I decided that was what I would study. The next photograph is Dublin Castle, when Ireland celebrated the large Big Bang enlargement of the EU in 2004. And of course, the reference to the special relationship with the United States, that wonderful jar of flourishing shamrock that is used every year. I won't use all my slides because of time, but there are two concepts that I think we should keep in mind. First is sovereignty. Political sovereignty, all political systems wrestle with sovereignty because it relates to that political authority and the supreme authority to govern. But there's also an external dimension of sovereignty, how a country represents itself in the international system, but also how it is perceived in the international system. And sovereignty is the interface between formal constitutions, politics and law, and it is related to but distinguished from autonomy and independence. And what I think we should think about is how sovereignty can be practiced. And it must be practiced differently at different times in history. With high levels of globalization and interdependence, then you practice sovereignty very differently to at times when there was more effective autonomy. And for example, Brexit is a great example of an aspiration to a sovereignty that no longer can exist in the world. And that's why it proved to be so problematic. And the second concept we should keep in mind is geopolitics. Geopolitics is driven by history and geography. It drives strategy. Geography can be described as the mother of strategy. But of course, a country's geography is not static, because if you just think of the island of Ireland, for most of our history, we suffered from the fact of our geographical position because we found ourselves beside a dominant large power, which turned out at one stage of our history to be the imperial power in the world. And that mattered hugely to the evolution of Irish history. But of course, I would argue from the Second World, from probably the foundation of the state, but particularly from the Second World War onwards, Ireland's geographical position has been relatively benign. But now we live in a world of hardening geopolitics, and I think that benign world is over. And I'm not sure we as a country or as a society have begun to grapple with the changing geopolitics that we face. But back to this small state and how it positioned itself in the international system and the different strategies. So firstly, at the very foundation of the state, and we were already talking about that turbulent period, Ireland had to establish the architecture of its independence. It had to fight internationally for its name, to be called Ireland. It had to establish diplomatic relations with other countries. And just think of how small our diplomatic imprint was right up to the Second World War. We had 8 embassies and 4 consulates. And of the 8 embassies, the first we established was with the United States, followed by Berlin, Paris, and the Vatican. And then the consulates were all in the United States, the great where the Irish lived. And that early Ireland, also that new Ireland, new Irish state, had to establish bilateral and multilateral agreements with all sorts of countries. And that an awful lot of effort went in the 20s and 30s into establishing and ensuring that Ireland's presence in the world was recognised by others. And one of the main strategies was, and it's a strategy all small states adopt, because multilateralism, institutions, rules suit small states. And there were 2 different multilateral drives in this period. The first were the imperial conferences of the 1920s and early 30s, and there the Common Gael government was a very active participant in those and was part of the move that made Dominion status effectively full sovereignty in international terms. There were 5 imperial conferences during this time, and it was again, and then of course Ireland joined the League of Nations in 1923. Interestingly, Ireland lodged the Anglo-Irish Treaty with the League of Nations. London did not like this because London did not think Ireland had a right to a foreign policy as a dominion. But Ireland was extremely active in the League of Nations, De Valera both as chair and president in the 1930s. And also the lesson De Valera learned in that period was, of course, that if international institutions don't work, small states are in terrible trouble. And that, of course, all of the multilateralism did not reduce in any way the importance of the bilateral relationship with the United Kingdom, which was extremely tough with the economic war. But by the start of the Second World War, that economic war, there had been agreement. Ireland got back the ports and therefore could adopt, had a choice about neutrality in the Second World War. And this is one, I think, of something that we in this country, we don't internalize enough the difference between our experience and the experience of most European states. The Second World War was the formative experience, terrible experience for most of Europe. For us, it was an emergency. And that means that psychologically, when it comes to international system, when it comes to the international system, when it comes to security in particular, our views tend to be very different. And they're very different because our experience was very different. Now, paradoxically, I would argue that our neutrality, because there were many other neutral states in Europe at the end of the 1930s that didn't manage to maintain their sovereignty, partition contributed to the success of neutrality in this country, because both the British and the United States had Lough Swilly in the northern, they had access to the northern ports. But that when I talk later, as I will, about the changing geopolitics, we do need as a country, I think, to remember that our experience is very, very different. And it's also, when Irish TDs went to the Council of Europe at the end of the war, and there was 1948-49 partition became a political issue again in Ireland, and our TDs were talking about partition in the League of Nations in a Europe that had been destroyed. We weren't listened to. We would never have been listened to, because we were coming with a problem that was not the big problem facing all of the countries. And this was not just post-war Europe, but post-Holocaust Europe. Then I think Ireland went into a period, the post-war period to 58, and I would say a period, the 1950s was a period when we were tentatively engaged in the international system. Ireland said no to NATO on the basis of partition. It was not because of military neutrality. It was not because it was a military alliance. It was because Britain was going to be an important partner in that. Our membership of the UN was vetoed by the Russians until 1955. And then when we joined the UN in 1955, we had a particularly important role because we were a small state, a state seeking nationalism, an ex-colonial state, at a time when the world was going to go through a major phase of decolonization. So Ireland had a particularly important role for a very short period during this time. And Frank Aiken would go to New York when the General Assembly was sitting for the entire time. No Irish foreign minister today could just go to New York and sit in UN headquarters for a month or more. But it was a very specific time, and there can be also nostalgia for that in a certain, in Ireland, that we were somehow or other more neutral and a better country back then, less aligned to the United States, etc., etc. We were always a Western power. But at this stage, and in the 1950s, there was a major search for a geo-economic strategy, because Ireland, the new Irish state, had managed to establish itself, it had managed to be recognised, it had managed to develop its role. But domestically, economically, Ireland was not working. The 1950s, Ireland in 1958 did something that's really hard to do. At a time when there was a golden period of economic growth across Europe, everyone was growing. Ireland's gross product reduced in 1958. It's very, very hard to do that when the world is booming. And so that was the challenge at the end of the 1950s. In order to deliver the promise of Irish independence and Irish sovereignty, Ireland had to change its geo-economic strategy. It had to begin to take seriously the Lamass, it's the economy and its jobs. And that was a decisive and very important shift in Ireland's engagement with the world, because it meant that the foreign economic policy had to be transformed. Ireland could no longer look inwards. It could no longer be protectionist. It needed to release the economic capacity of the country, and it needed to find an anchor, an economic anchor that would allow it to develop. And the available economic anchor, the only available economic anchor, was membership of the EEC. And that was, of course, dramatically tied up to Britain. Ireland applied in 61, the de Gaulle veto in 63, and there was a second de Gaulle veto. So beyond Ireland's control, Ireland couldn't move itself on as it needed, but it did begin to reduce tariffs unilaterally. It signed the Anglo-Irish Trade Agreement in 1965, and you began to get the institutions that would deliver on the job side, the IDA, Chorus Tráchtála, all that whole panoply of development-led state development. All of that happened, but in order to release all of that into scale, then Ireland needed membership of the EU, which ultimately came in 1963, or in 1973, I should say. And I think in terms of, we talked about that change and continuity in Ireland socially in the 1960s, and there was also very significant economic change in Ireland in the 1960s. But it really was the second 50 years of the Irish state that Ireland began to get the economic an economic model. You can argue whether it's the right one or not, but an economic model that could that produced prosperity to its people. And if you look at all those stats, when we joined, our population was 2.9 million. Now it's 5.25. 55% of our exports were going to the UK, now down to 12 for goods and 6 for services. A quarter of the Irish labour force was in agriculture. All right across the range, Ireland was transformed. And I think in terms of our engagement with the EU, I really won't go through all of this because it's 50 years of history, other than to say that Ireland's engagement with the EU was never that smooth or linear. It was inevitably, there was ups and downs. We had that period where we learnt the ropes up to the early 90s. We then had catch-up growth, dramatic catch-up growth. But then, of course, catch-up growth was followed by becoming a programme country where internally generated mistakes almost brought the country to its knees. And more recently, we've had significant, the economic recovery is real. We've coped extraordinarily well. If you want one single example of the shift in Ireland, it is Ireland joined the EU because it wanted to, and it wanted to escape the overweening power of the United Kingdom. But Brexit, it was the first time in Irish history where Ireland had more power at a table than the United Kingdom. And that was an extraordinary reversal of history. And why? Because firstly, the Irish decided very early on that they understood what Brexit would do, that it was extremely challenging in terms of the peace on the island of Ireland and the border. And all of Ireland's diplomatic effort went into ensuring that the EU, we uploaded the border problem to the EU, and we did everything to ensure that the EU would side with us in the negotiations. And it wasn't accidental. Between June 2016 and when the negotiations opened in June 17, the Irish system had held 300 meetings at prime ministerial, ministerial and senior civil service level with every government in Europe. They were going round giving tutorials on the Good Friday Agreement. It was an extraordinary political and diplomatic effort, and it was done largely under the radar. And it was a sign of the maturity of the external capacity of the Irish state. Now, in terms of where we've ended up, Ireland is now a rich European state. Our per capita incomes are above EU average. And we're now a net contributor to the EU budget, which we should regard as a sign of success. No one likes paying, but it's better to pay than to receive. In terms of the ingredients of this success, I would say that firstly, the EU provides the indispensable geopolitical anchor for this country. It's not a straitjacket, but it is what we have to anchor us in a turbulent world. But it's never been so dominant that it hasn't allowed, if you remember the Mary Harney, we're nearer to Boston rather than Berlin. In fact, Ireland plays both. We have both Boston and Berlin, and we should never make that choice or be pushed into it. And the EU is a club, not of large states, there are some, but there are 21 small states in the EU, so it's a club largely of the small. And Ireland, like the other small states, is protected by treaties, law and institutions. It doesn't mean there isn't power in the EU. It doesn't mean a German chancellor isn't more powerful than an Irish Taoiseach. They are. But it contains and takes the sting out of power. It tames power, and that's very important for small states. In terms of the internal ingredients, I would say, and I go back to Anya, it was the single most important thing sociologically that this country did and economically was invest in education. It was the silver bullet that changed this state. And if you look at today, 52% of those 19 to 35 have third level education. When I went to university, it was under 20%. We have an extremely, so far, stable and pragmatic political culture, so far. And I just hope we can hang on to the sense that civility in politics matters and that you search for compromise. Whereas if we go down the route of polarization, there is no good outcome from polarization. I think there has been an extraordinary development of state capacity in dealing with the international system. And we're a very adaptable and agile country. When things go wrong, we know very quickly. We don't fool ourselves. But there is a question about the Irish state that I think, and it's those of us who are social scientists have not done enough work on this. We have to ask ourselves, why is it that the international Irish state is very effective? IDA best in class, NTMA in terms of debt management, all of those interface with the outside world, the diplomatic service tend to be very skilled. Why is it that we're much less skilled in the infrastructure state and the services state? And so there is something about the way in which the Irish state, so the Nordic states tend to be even. They tend to be, you get an evenness of governance across what they do. They make mistakes, of course, but there's an evenness of government. If I were looking at the Irish state and you ask me, I would say it has extraordinary strengths, but it has also extraordinary weaknesses, and it's much lumpier than, say, the Nordic states. And I think it's for those of us, and I've always thought there needs to be research, a big project done on that service state, the service state, the infrastructure state and the external state, the regulatory state. I probably have run out of energy, so I probably won't do it. But to all the younger scholars left, I would say, now, this is a quote from an Irish Times editorial on the 1st of January, celebrating our first 50 years. As a prosperous, socially progressive, self-confident place that is at ease with itself and the world. I think that's an extraordinarily complacent statement. I think it's extraordinarily complacent. And so what I want to do, I will move on very quickly to where I think the complacency, we need to be extremely careful. We're one of the most globalized states in the world, which means that our economy is very dependent on openness, on rules, and the world is not going in that direction just now. And what I think we should all, if we pray, we should pray that Donald Trump does not win the next election in the United States. And I suspect that there will be an election in Ireland in November as well. But in my view, that would mean there are two very important elections in November for the future of this country, really important. And so in terms of where I think the issues are, I think there's a strategic myopia in this country. We do not know and cannot defend the airspace, and we do not know what's happening in our waters. The Irish Navy can put one patrol boat out. It is a disgrace. The Irish Army is at its lowest manpower, human power level in its history. There's cyber. I mean, you know, we all thought it was a bit of a joke when the Russians were off the southwest. It wasn't a joke. And so we're building an electricity interconnector with the French. Who do we expect to protect it? The French. So I do think that on that whole, the HSE had a very serious cyber attack. We've got to accept that the benign world that did exist for a very long time for us after the Second World War is over. There is war again in Europe, and if Ukraine is defeated, there will be no peace or security for the European continent. It is that serious. And so I think that we need to begin to, and I have to tell you, and back to social media, I happened to speak one time over the last couple of years at a conference which was called by former Irish Army officers on Irish security policy. There happened to be a session that I wasn't speaking on that involved representatives of Lockheed. And ever since then, I have been hounded on social media. I am a NATO warmonger, a Miss Lockheed, etc., etc. I had no engagement with the military or with any defence company in my entire life. But it's that sort of stuff. It's mad. Because there are real security issues there. And this idea that somehow or other that the world will uniquely protect us is just myopic. And so I think we need to handle that. I think we have immigration. 20% of the people normally resident in this country were born outside of Ireland. We have gone from being a country of emigration to both emigration and immigration with a rapidity that very few societies experience. We've dealt with it as a society. I think our schools and our teachers have been absolutely extraordinary in the way they have adapted and managed the interface of multiculturalism. And it's not easy, and it can't be easy. But what's really worrying now is the level of hate that we're seeing. And it's so serious that there is the Irish security forces think that an Irish politician will suffer in the next cycle. It's that serious, the threats against our politicians. So if we can't live in that society is not good for anyone. And let's have the debate on immigration as we should. It shouldn't be chasse gardée, it shouldn't be something we can't talk about, but not in a hate-filled, polarized manner. And then finally, the EU is changing an awful lot. Why? Because the EU, again, a bit like Ireland, the EU had a very benign environment geopolitically. The Americans were going to take care of us. It's over. And so we're going to see a lot of change in the EU as well over the next period. And Ireland has to manage that change, to keep headroom, to make sure that it can defend itself. I don't mean defend itself in security terms, but defend its interests as it should. But I think one of the things we should take as a strength of our state, that state founded by those men, and women, is that it is a state that is a very successful state, and very few states that emerge from the kind of history Ireland had are successful. And we should also, and that success shouldn't make us complacent, but it should also give us confidence to think that the country is well able to meet the challenges that it faces. Well able to meet the challenges that it faces, and the change and the challenge. And it's certainly, it's a more complex country, it's a better country than it was 30, 40 years ago, and it has another great 50 years ahead. Thank you.
I just have to say that that was the hardest session I've ever chaired, and I've chaired a lot of sessions. And the reason is I was just so absorbed in all of the presentations that I just lost track of time and kept having to check my watch. And I just, Mila Buikris, Anya, Kira, August, Bridget, Vishiv, ar Yaus, ar Fad. I think that the Bula Bus really, it says it all. And just for me, the manner in which you just linked everything and that interconnectivity and what you said, Ciara, that nuance that we should be all aware of, and especially in these times, and of course the social media. And Bridget, I mean, with close to my heart in terms of the teachers and teacher education at a time when we're in real danger, in fact, of teacher education being diluted. I think it's critical actually, because as you showed rightly, education is the silver bullet, and we really have to hold on to our teachers and value them. And I just wanted to get that out there. So Marish, Marish is doing sign language with me here that I'm having real difficulty understanding. Is it that we have 10 more minutes if anybody would like to ask a question? And have we roving mics, or will people just stand up and shout? Oh, we have a roving mic, that's great. So the law of a suit, if anybody would like to ask any of our panelists a question, there's a gentleman there. Maybe if you'd like to say, if you can, if you want, but if you'd like to say your name, or if you...
Michael O'Dwyer is my name.
Okay.
Not from Waterville.
Okay.
Just on Bridget's presentation, first of all, I'd like to thank her for it, and it was excellent, if I may say so myself. The question I'd like, there was an article recently in Politico, which I understand is linked to the Republican Party in the US. Which described us as freeloaders in the context of geopolitics at the moment. A, the question is how true is that? And B, what policy options should we follow to overcome that perception, if that's the case? Thank you.
So we shouldn't fool ourselves that we were protected by the NATO nuclear umbrella. We were. And the RAF certainly keeps an eye on the skies, and I'm sure the American and British Navy keep an eye on our waters. So, and it isn't just that we spend very little on defence and security. And we also have, for example, the Army has an intelligence service and the Guards have an intelligence service. So again, are we up to speed, and do we have the capacity? I don't think Ireland should join NATO. Firstly, we wouldn't meet the criteria. Our forces simply would not meet the criteria for membership, but also there's no pressure on us. And we're strategically not that necessary to NATO. So NATO, Finland is very different for NATO than Ireland would be. But I do think we have to get over the idea that in this country, that every time we join either a project in PESCO, which is the EU defence cooperation, or the partnership we have with NATO, we were in fewer of those projects than anyone else. Now we're furiously catching up. So we've got to cooperate with NATO, we've got to cooperate with PESCO, and it probably won't happen. But if, for example, the United States withdrew from Europe, then Europe's going to have to tackle its defence, and that means the EU is going to have to tackle defence. And that's when Ireland would have the big question to answer, because we can't take the economic benefits of the single market and pretend we don't have a responsibility to the other member states in extremis. And we're very fortunate. If you were Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, couple of hours and the Russians are over them. It's an ever-present. And I always, whenever I go to Finland and talk to people in their defence ministry, it's light years away from where we are. They know, they know they need territorial defence. They know they have a huge border with Russia. So I would say we are, to an extent, freeloaders, but we're not under, for me, it's more that we can't afford as a country to have only one naval vessel operational, not just for security, but drugs. We can't become the drug conduit to the rest of Europe. And I do think that we have to invest. And I'm amazed we had this, you know, there was a review of the defence forces and we're waiting for a strategy. But to be honest, I've seen so many glossy documents. It would be much more important to get some action.
We have another man, yeah.
I'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate our three speakers, but I think Bridget has really encapsulated everything that we feel in this country and the dangers that are facing this small country. And if I had a bit of advice to the incoming government, I would advise them to employ Bridget Laffan immediately to advise them on world affairs. And I'd like to put one question to you, Bridget, rather many people want to speak, is how should Ireland react? You said if a person prayed, we should pray. Well, I have been praying for a year that this tyrant doesn't become President of the United States. And my feel with the last 5 weeks that maybe my prayers are being answered. But being realistic, the possibility is still there that Mr. Trump will become president after November. And my question to you, Bridget, is how should Ireland react in the consequence of a Trump presidency?
Do a novena. So interestingly, so if Trump becomes president, then he has to be dealt with. You can't pretend he will be the president of the United States. And what struck me was the last time he was in, Dan Mulhall was our ambassador in Washington, and I was very struck by the way he looked at the Trump administration and he decided how many Irish Americans are there and who could he develop relationships with in order to try to obviate. And Dan Mulhall also went to Doonbeg and played golf with Trump. So playing golf with Trump might help as well. But I think I think Trump 2 is very different to Trump 1 because he's now vengeful, he's angry, and the Supreme Court judgments means he's relatively unfettered in power terms. So I think the big dangers are not that he would withdraw the United States, say, from NATO, but he would simply make reference to Article 5 and say, oh, Article 5 doesn't quite mean what it has meant in the past. Then NATO is a hollow shell. From an Irish point of view, I would have thought it's the protectionism. If he puts very serious, if he's elected and the tariffs are high, Ireland will lose pharma. And look at the Irish public finances and how much is coming from corporate tax in pharma. So, but, and here's the but, I actually think Harris is going to win. I think it's not that I would be in any way complacent, but she will mobilize and would probably get out a vote. And I think it'll be down to women and the young and people of colour to get her through, but particularly the young. The young tend not to vote in same numbers as older people. But interestingly, in the last Polish election, the young voted. In the repeal of the 8th Amendment, the young voted. So mobilising the young is the key, bringing voters in who wouldn't otherwise. And I think that Joe Biden did his country and the world an enormous service. And he also, his timing was impeccable. He let them have the convention, the assassination attempt, the whole lot, and then Trump has been off the paper. I don't, and I wouldn't be complacent, but I think there's a real chance she'll win. And I think for all of us, that would be.
I think just no matter one more minute. So we've time for one last question. That gentleman here in the front. That's great.
My name is Ty Carney. First thing I would say is that those who want to take Bridget Lafferty into the government, she has an important job to do as Chancellor of the University of Limerick. And as somebody who's here from Limerick, I'd want to do that job first. I actually haven't got a question, I've got a comment. Just because Harris may get elected doesn't mean that the Trump problem goes away. America has a strong tradition of isolationism of a part of the population going back to before the First World War. And just because Harris might get elected, I would caution that for the next 4 years, the problem is solved, maybe for the next 8 years, but the Trump issue will continue, and our future policy must be based on that as a significant risk factor.
So, yeah, I'd say that's Shindera. Look, I just want to, again, thank you all very much indeed for your engagement, and just a final boulabus for all of our panel.
Now, I must say I'm intrigued by the notion that a round of golf trumps a novena. How times have changed in our country. Anyway, at this stage we're going to break for coffee, which will be served here, and reconvene as close as we can to 12:45 to discuss the lynches. 11, that's my deliberate mistake. Thank you very much. Once a teacher, always a teacher, okay. And one other thing, by the way, I just had a text from somebody who's watching this online saying how wonderful it is to be watching it online. I didn't actually acknowledge those who were following us online this morning, so I should do that and just welcome them as always, and hope they're enjoying the proceedings. So we'll reconvene in about a half hour. Thank you. Okay, we want to resume. As I said, we're trying to keep to schedule, especially because the session that we're about to go into now, very interesting as indeed was our first session, but it involves a little bit of logistics. So first of all, let me introduce Jimmy Deenan, who will chair the session, and our three speakers this afternoon. So Jimmy is a man who needs no introduction. I'm not even going to try, just simply to present him. Jimmy, thank you. One thing, just who owns these glasses? I don't. Ah, okay.
Good morning, everybody, and I'm delighted to be here. I was here nearly 10 years ago now, when the whole Daniel O'Connell School was revived at that particular time. And I remember the previous year I brought Nettie Douglas, who was a great granddaughter of the great Frederick Douglass. And as you know, Daniel O'Connell was called, the black, as opposed to Frederick Douglass. So they were, must say, a very interesting connection between Frederick Douglass and Daniel O'Connell, as you know, and Frederick Douglass was very influenced by Daniel O'Connell. So I'm delighted that Morris and Mary, they're keeping this very important summer school going, and it's going from strength to strength. And you can gauge from the calibre of the people now that are attracted to come here. The speakers are probably the best in the country. So congratulations again to both of you and to your committee. It's very important work what you're doing here. Now it's my pleasure here to introduce Fiona Brennan, Dr. Fiona Brennan. She's a theatre historian. I know Fiona for quite some time. She did a very important work on George Fitzmaurice, the great Listowel, North Kerry dramatist, who had some very important early successes in the Abbey Theatre, kind of forgotten about, but certainly Fiona led to a great revision of his work, and she's continuing to work on him. And I understand the Arts Council and now are giving her a special bursary to do further examination of his work. Also, up in the Writers' Centre in the Stole, she wrote a whole new overview of the amateur dramatic movement in Kerry for the exhibition there, worth visiting if you're up in the Stole. And she was a co-editor too of the Arts and Ideology of Terence McSweeney, which is very relevant because of that connection between, I suppose, Fionn Lynch and Terence McSweeney during the revolutionary period. And what's recently, she succeeded in getting the Ireland's dramatic tradition added to the National Intangible Cultural Heritage, and that was a major achievement. Also, she was recognised by the Arts Council with a special Agility Award recently. So I'm really looking forward to her contribution here. So hand you over to Fiona Brennan. Thank you.
We'd Chris, Jimmy. If I may, before I begin, I just want to say that what an honour it is to be sharing the platform with Professor Tim Lynch and Dr. Dermot Lynch. I'm very much looking forward to their presentations. And just very briefly, I want to thank the Lynch family here in Cahersiveen, who have been of tremendous help in me succeeding, I hope, in putting this together, and I hope I do breed justice. On the evening of September 28th, 2004, I was at the Peacock Theatre in Dublin on what was the opening night of the Dandy Dolls by the North Kerry playwright George Fitzmaurice. I was buzzing with a nervous energy, waiting with bated breath for transportation to his folkloric and fantastical world, in a production directed by the acclaimed director Conal Morrison. I was there in an official capacity as a trustee of the George Fitzmaurice Society, mingling with some prestigious guests, including the actors Eamon and Maura Kelly, performers extraordinaire, as everybody will remember them, who were stalwart interpreters of Fitzmaurice's plays during the Abbey productions in the 1960s and 1970s. While I had already interviewed Eamon some years previously when researching my 2005 biography on Fitzmaurice, try as I might to persuade her to talk to me about her own acting career, Maura was simply hesitant. She did not want to talk about herself. But on that night in September, just out of the blue, she happened to mention another Kerry actress who had starred in a 1942 production of another Fitzmaurice play, the comedy The Country Dressmaker. She described this actress as a dear friend and most beautiful human being, and defined her as one of the greatest Abbey actresses she had ever known. And that is, of course, Bríd Ní Lynchig. Referred to as Bridget Ní Lynchig in reviews of Irish language productions in Dublin, in which she performed in the 1930s, theatre critics had already identified her promise. And over the course of her lengthy career with the Abbey Theatre, critics and audiences alike would continue to wax lyrical about this Kerry woman's artistry and dramatic prowess, her natural ability and heartfelt consideration of the text and its interpretation, and the resulting creation of soulful performances. In a career with the Abbey Repertory Company between 1938 and 1969, Bríd was one of the most influential actors of her generation, loved by Irish and international audiences alike, and also by countless hundreds of thousands of radio listeners. She was most definitively a flame that sets fire to the heart, a quotation I will come back to when I conclude. Born into an Irish-speaking family at Kenna, near Cahersiveen, in 1913, and Bríd is the third from the left of the very back row. Bríd Lynch was one of 6 siblings, sister to Paddy, Molly, Nora, Seamus and Kay. Their father, Fionn, was a farmer and a stonemason by trade, and tragically, their mother, Kate Clifford, died at a young age, about 1922, when Bríd was only 9 years old. Bríd went to live with relatives, possibly her aunt, who was a teacher at Kilmacieran School, where at their father's insistence,
the children would attend, as it is there he believed they would receive a more fulfilling level of education. Some years later, Breed recalled that 3.5-mile walk to and from school. Breed developed a deep love of literature, music, and poetry. However, drama nor theatre played any significant role during her childhood, although she was familiar with visits by various fit-up companies to nearby Waterville. Breed moved to Dublin, and although the exact timeline is somewhat unclear, she had certainly settled there by the time she was 19. Her father's first cousin, also Breedney Lynchig, a translator, teacher, and poet, and 20 years older, took the young Breed under her wing. Unsurprisingly, the Irish-speaking Breed joined the Keating branch of the Gaelic League, which, since its foundation, had boasted a strong and influential amateur dramatic corps in promoting the Irish language. There she became familiar with well-known artistic and revolutionary figures of that era, including Fionn Lynch and Pierce Beasley, who were central to the development of the amateur theatre company. The photograph there on the left-hand side, it's a photograph of the Keating branch in Tralee in 1902, and Willie Fay, one of the people that was central to the founding of the Abbey Theatre, is included there. And on the right-hand side is a photograph of Nahash Story, and it includes Fiona Lynch and Pierce Beasley. So Fiona and Pierce were central to the development of the amateur Irish language theatre company on Cór Dromichta, which Bridget later joined as an amateur actress. Founded in 1923, Encore was an amalgamation of smaller Irish language dramatic troupes, including Nahash Story. A small touring troupe, Nahash Story was founded by Beasley and Lynch in 1914 and toured Irish language productions to counties Kerry and Cork over 2 summers. Beasley was also an extremely successful playwright, while Fiona Lynch translated European plays for Encore. They worked closely alongside other Kerry playwrights and Keating branch members, such as Sean O'Callig, better known as Skellig, from Valentia, and the brothers Micheál and Pádraig O'Síocracha from the Dingle Peninsula. Encore had no permanent building of its own in Dublin, but secured a part-time residency at the Peacock Theatre, the small experimental theatre space which is still part of the Abbey Company. Not without its difficulties in terms of its continuation, fortune favoured Encore when, in 1929, Micheál MacLemore and Hilton Edwards, the co-founders of the Gay Theatre Company in Dublin, assumed significant roles in developing its artistic standards by introducing a more stylistic approach to productions and a certain finesse to performances. Breed attended her very first play in 1932 when she records this herself. It was Micheál MacLemore's production of Romeo and Juliet. Later in life, she recalled her 19-year-old self being left simply spellbound by the experience. At the time, Dublin City offered aspiring actors and audiences bounteous riches, given the variety of productions of different dramatic genres in any single week. An important milestone in the development of Breed's acting career came in April 1936, when she was cast in Cór Dromichta's production of Trá Bhuine. There is just a very short piece on the left-hand side there as you look at it on the slide. It was a translation of John MacDonagh's play, Banna Strand, which is based on the story of Roger Casement's landing at Banna. Performed on the Peacock Theatre stage, it featured alongside a production of Far na Harán, a translation of Pádraig Pearse's play, The Singer. Both plays were broadcast live on radio, and this was a very common occurrence at the time, and plays were also being relayed live as well from Cork in those days. In 1937, Lynch played the role of Deirdre in Deirdre an Bhroin, an Irish translation of John Millington Synge's play Deirdre of the Sorrows. Reviews were especially positive regarding her performance, and apologies if I don't get some of this pronunciation correct. Some of the reviews, just snippets from them. Well, is léir agus bhíon a chuid cainte agus chun lucht éisteachta en masse bhí acha irthaí in úldaí. Her speech was clear and lively, and the listeners showed their respect for her. But a new Sir Bridget ní Lynchig hit an cuid is nó den obair, tá dábhar aistar a maithe inti. It appears that Lynch's performance stole the night, and she carried the production. She was certainly making an impression on audiences. The fact that the Abbey Theatre's managing director, Ernest Blythe, saw her in this production would change the course of her professional life. Blythe, a revolutionary figure we've heard him refer to this morning, and a minister of the First Dáil, had been in this role at the Abbey since 1935 and was passionate, to say the least, about the Irish language and committed to its promotion within the Abbey repertoire. Blythe would remain at the helm for over 3 decades, during which time he zealously promoted the production of Irish language plays and pantomimes, and to say he ruled with an iron fist is somewhat of an understatement. The minutes of an Abbey Theatre board meeting in early 1938 records a discussion about Bríd Lynch, and I quote, "Mr. Blythe spoke of a young lady, Miss Bridget Lynch of Cahersiveen, a native Irish speaker who has acted with an cór drámaíochta. He said she would be very useful if plays in Irish were being produced. He suggested that she be engaged to assist Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt was the producer at the time at the Abbey. And she was to assist, and I quote, by holding the book, prompting at rehearsals, etc. He also suggested that she could be tried out in English parts. Why in English parts, I really don't know. The record confirms Bríd was to commence work at the Abbey Theatre on March 28, 1938. And I quote, if it was found that she was unsuitable, her services could be disposed of. She had the last laugh. 6 weeks later, on the 9th of May, Lynch was on stage performing in her first production in her first play as Una ní Riagán in Douglas Hyde's Casa an Tugáin, or The Twisting of the Rope, which is an extremely important play about 2 years before the Abbey was founded. By the end of the year, she had secure roles in a further 4 plays, including Buintíorna an Gcorta, Our Lady of the Famine, by Kerry's Seamus de Vilmot. In a prestigious career with the Abbey Theatre Company, spanning 5 decades, Bríd held audiences spellbound with her performances. She played some of the most famous characters in Irish theatre history. She performed in plays by Sean O'Casey, T.C. Murray, M.J. Malloy, George Shields, Lennox Robinson, Lady Gregory, Louis Dalton, John Millington Synge, and I could go on. In 1942, she was cast in her first leading role in The Country Dressmaker by George Fitzmaurice as the spinster Julia Shea. Poor Julia has long lamented the departure of Pat Connor for America 10 years previously and is thrilled at his return. But reality soon bites, and she laments how he is changed, so changed. The spark is gone. But the matchmaker rules good old Luke Quilter, an incredible character in that play. And Julie describes, and I quote, she is an ox to the slaughter. Pats and Julia decide to get married and make the best of it. And even though it's a comedy, there's quite a lot of nuances in it, and there's some very, very serious themes running through it. So this is a photograph from the 1942 production, and she's playing there alongside Ria Mooney, who would go on to become artistic director of the Abbey and who was a very huge influence on Bríd. And she was playing Julia's mother, Norrie Shea. And Bríd reprised the role of Julia in 1949, and she said it remained always one of her favourite roles. And that's a particularly favourite photograph of mine, as they're peering out of the cottage, F.R. Higgins playing Luke Quilter there in the centre. Excuse me. But there is better to come. And that same year, Lynch was cast as one of the most famous characters in Irish drama in John Millington Synge's The Playboy of the Western World. And that's the very image of the very first programme from the 1942 Playboy of the Western World. And hopefully you can make Breed's name out there, about halfway down on the left. It was truly a turning, excuse me very much. It was truly a turning point in Breed's career. In this production, she played opposite Cyril Cusack, the love interest, a man by the name of Christy Mahan. The play is set in a shebeen in County Mayo, owned by Peggeen's father. Peggeen's life changes when a scruffy young Christy walks in from the dark night. He walks in from the dark night, claiming to have killed his dad, having struck him over the head with a lie. Rather than turning him into the peelers, Christy becomes an icon within the community. And in that story's retelling over and over, it grows, and so does Christy's acclaim. Christy begins to believe his own story. But when his father, Old Mahan, appears, very much alive, his head bound poorly in bloody bandages, the game is up, and the rabble will turn against him. When Christy and Old Mahan leave together, Peggeen's future disappears out the door. Doubtless, she will marry her pathetic suitor and cousin, Seaneen Keogh, and the forthright barmaid is suddenly left bereft of love and filled with grief at the loss of her only playboy of the Western world. And I just love to imagine Breed playing that extremely complex character, Pegging Mike. While reviewers heralded the virtuoso performances by both Lynch and Cusack, the production had made an indelible mark in Irish theatre history, and not just because of Breed's performance. The artist Sean Keating's involvement made it go down in history. He designed the sets, which, and I quote a review at the time, added immeasurably to the visual appeal of the play. Keating later painted a portrait of Lynch in the role of Peggeen, and I think it's just absolutely beautiful. A role she reprised on a number of occasions during the 1940s and in 1953 for the final time. I suppose the Abbey, to stay open, I mean, it had to make money, so it revived over and over and over again. And you can see it on the Abbey Theatre Archive website. Any play that was really, really popular, yes, they were going to revive them. Breed is considered to be one of the greatest ever interpreters of this role of Pegging Mike. From that point onwards, I'll go back there. From that point onwards, Breed's litany of successes included performances in so many new plays, including those by Kerry playwrights. The Great Pacificator by Sigerson Clifford, Cahersiveen's own, a play about Daniel O'Connell, which premiered in 1947. Brian McMahon's The Bugle and the Blood in 1949. Cahersiveen native Pauline Maguire's The Last Move, which premiered in 1955. And Tom Coffey's Stranger Beware, which premiered in 1959. In 1961, Breed starred in the controversial play The Evidence I Shall Give by District Justice Johnson of Tralee, a play which dealt quite openly with the abuse and fear that prevailed in Irish institutional schools and Magdalen laundries. And I think it was about almost a year later, an amateur group did the first amateur production of the play in Tralee, and it caused absolute uproar. The Evidence I Shall Give is set in a district courthouse in Barrabeg, a seaport town in the Brat Gaeltacht in the mid-20th century. And the play provides us with two court cases presided over Justice McHenry. In one, Mother Superior, Whitney Lynchig of the local orphanage, fights to have one of her charges sent to her reformatory school. Lynch would tour the world with the Abbey Company and continued to perform both English and Irish dramas. She was also a familiar voice on radio, apart from dramatic recordings. She also recorded children's story time and poetry programmes. She acted for screen and starred, for example, in the film Sally's Irish Rogue in 1952 and in an adaptation of George Shields' popular comedy, Professor Tin, in 1957. She worked later for the BBC and starred in popular Sunday night plays such as Kathleen Charlie Was My Darling and the TV series Silent Evidence. But acting was not Breed's only forte. And in 1965, the opportunity of a lifetime came her direction. Breed was a friend of Conor Cruise O'Brien and his wife, Maura Vacanti, who were, at the time, living in Ghana, where O'Brien was Vice-Chancellor of the university. It is he who recommended her for a new position as visiting lecturer at the newly established Drama and Theatre Department. It seems the authorities were anxious to secure the expertise of an Irish actor. In her own words, Breed said, "It seemed to me that the invitation was a challenge that I had to accept." She was granted leave from the Abbey Company, initially for a year, and the post was extended for a second term. Breed arrived to find a university campus that was a hive of multicultural activity, and that's how she describes it herself. The drama department was in its infancy, with just a small cohort of students. Those numbers would increase significantly during Breed's tenure. In this small department that offered drama, music and dance and was ahead of its time, Breed worked with Hungarian musicians, an American lecturer in dance, and also was part of a 3-person team specifically on drama that was responsible for theatre modules. While her remit focused primarily on teaching undergrad students, she also trained secondary school teachers in drama. She recalled the department's lovely open-air theatre and an eclectic mix of productions that were produced there, including new work by students, which was very much ahead of its time, plays written in English by the students. They staged Greek and Shakespearean drama, as well as plays by Wole Soyinka, the imprisoned Nigerian writer. During Breed's tenure, the British Council funded a production of Shakespeare's As You Like It, which was performed in the open air, starring a young Judi Dench. Breed lectured on world drama, speech production, and other aspects of theatre. Under her direction, and I'd love to have her directing me and lecturing me if I was living at that time, she produced students and stage-managed plays that included what Breed described as a very fine production of Riders to the Sea, another John Millington Synge play. She was a huge fan of Synge. And that play was chosen largely because they were fishing folk and they understood the sea. I've also just this week discovered that Breed may indeed have worked with the writer Maya Angelou, who was working in Ghana at the time. All to be revealed, hopefully. Returning to the Abbey in 1967, Lynch gave some stellar performances as Myra, the grieving mother, in a translation of Synge's, and I've just referred to it, Riders to the Sea. She played in an Irish adaptation of Dion Boucicault's melodrama, The Colleen Bawn, known as Colleen Bawn, and I think that's a particularly beautiful photograph. This, because Ernest Blythe was very, very much into Irish language drama, he wanted a play like this to tour to Gaeltacht areas, thinking it would be a real money spinner, and it toured in the winter of 1967. It became one of the Abbey Company's most expensive productions ever, and the tour accumulated serious financial losses, but the actors cannot be blamed for that, I hasten to add. In a tour de force performance, and I'm sure everybody will be familiar with this, some 18 months before her death, Breed starred in Eric Cross's The Tailor and Anstey, which was adapted for stage by P.J. O'Connor. To say it took the country by storm is an understatement. Playing alongside virtuoso Eamon Kelly as the tailor Timothy Buckley, the classic hob philosopher, as a reviewer calls him. He is full of stories of old times and can talk on any topic, be it religion, politics, women, and quack medicine. Every Cross's novel was based on a real-life couple living in Gugambara and condemned as utterly blasphemous filth. The novel itself was banned in 1942 by the Censorship of Publications Board because of its depiction of premarital cohabitation and its sexual frankness. In true style, Kelly delighted audiences with his storytelling. The Limerick Chronicle newspaper recorded how Kelly, and I quote, "in masterly and convincing fashion, tells us at the outset that learning is like a suit of clothes. The material must be cut to suit the wearer as a kind of catalyst to keep his talk flowing." However, Breed Lynch, as Anstey, was described as matching Kelly's mastery in action, never obtruding too much, busy at household things, while the tailor talks serving as a kind of catalyst to keep his talk flowing. Anstey would keep this going with the line, "Haven't you told enough lies for one day? God send us another day." Her gentle persuasiveness was key. With little by the way of dialogue to build upon, Breed Lynch was able to establish, and I quote, "a very real, warm, distinctive character with which one could fully identify." A perfect foil for her partner, it was a delight to observe the wonderful detail of her performance. This provides perhaps a perfect summation of Lynch's mastery of performance. Exactly 50 years after she had first stepped onto the Abbey stage, this production of The Tailor and Anstey was staged at the Abbey, Peacock and Gate stages, which is very unusual, in 1968, and it met with acclaim. And it toured that year and again in 1969. The tour arrived at the Evrall Ballroom in Cahersiveen in April 1969 to a tumultuous reception and played to capacity audiences over 3 nights. What a return to the kingdom for these two brilliant Kerry artists. When Breed died in Dublin in October 1969, tributes flooded in from those in the illustrious world of theatre. Ernest Blythe described how his heart had been shot through with news of Breed's passing, describing how Breed had always demonstrated dignity and majesty in her acting career. Breed never sought accolades, and her family stressed that. She never sought acknowledgement or plaudits about her incredible career. As a letter published in the Irish Times at that time on hearing of her death, Mr. Morton from the UK wrote, "She had no vanity. She never talked to us about her career, never put on airs. We should always be thankful that we knew her, and are thankful that she honoured us with her friendship." For a moment, picture Breed in her 1942 role in The Playboy of the Western World, and I can't confirm that's her as Peggy Mike, but it's believed she is. Cigarette in hand, possibly during an interval, possibly at the end of a performance. It was written by the playwriting genius that was John Millington Synge, and it was in County Kerry that Synge had discovered bones of his dramatic story of the Playboy. Synge spent 4 summers at the home of storyteller Philly Harris at Mountain Stage off the Ring of Kerry Road, and he stayed there between 1903 and 1906. Harris and others had gifted Synge characters and spirit of his drama. When Synge left Mountain Stage for the final time in 1906, and even though he had promised to return, he died in 1909. But Synge had for company on leaving on the train from Mountain Stage the shape-shifting spirits of Christy Mahan and Peggy Mike O'Flaherty in a first draft of Act 1 of The Playboy of the Western World. Breed ní Lynchick understood intimately the world that Synge so desired. She was an inheritor of the ancient spirit of performance. To take a line from The Playboy, and that's where I take my title, she was a flame that sets fire to the heart. The reference reflects how love has the power to ignite, like a flame, can both mesmerize and consume, warm the heart, or push it to the very edge of its boundaries, alter one's perception of the world, as Synge's drama contends with. I think that could be a description of Breed. We remember, therefore, Breed Lynch, actor and artist, as a mesmeric force in Irish theatre that deserves to be remembered. Breed with an innate perception of the ancient world of the Irish performer, a flame that sets fire to the heart. Míle buíochas.
Thank you, Fiona, and that certainly was very insightful. Brídni Lynch is somebody that's not that well recognised in Kerry, almost, I suppose, forgotten about. So I think you've led a very important revival there on Brídni Lynch. Coming from a drama town like Listowel, certainly she hasn't been recognised to the extent that she should be over there, and hopefully will now because of Fiona's work. Now we're moving on a little bit in time, so it's my pleasure now just to introduce the next two speakers. First of all, Dr. Dermot Lynch. He's the son of Fionnán Lynches. He's a GP, ran a very GP practice in London, having been qualified in the College of Surgeons, both himself and his wife, for a number of years, and that was taken on then by his daughter Caroline, who's here with us this morning as well. Dermot is quite an enigma in the sense that he does the park run all the time. That's 5K every Saturday morning at 95 years of age. I do it myself at 72, but I can't see myself doing it at 95. So obviously, Dermot has a very, very good, will give us a very good insight into Fionnán Lynch because he knew him so intimately. And then Tim Lynch. Tim is one of the top neurologists in the country. In the Mater Hospital, he has had an extraordinary, I suppose, medical history. He qualified again in the College of Surgeons in 1984. He trained in the Richmond Hospital and the Mater Hospital in Dublin in general medicine before doing pediatrics in Crumlin. He completed in neurology residency, followed by a 2-year movement disorder fellowship at Columbia University, at Columbia Medical Center in New York, and was appointed as assistant professor of neurology at Columbia University and head of the neurogetics laboratory in Columbia. He was appointed consultant neurologist at the Mater Hospital, and that was the first time that somebody was appointed to that position, and Beaumont Hospital back in 1998. Tim has published over 250 research articles in the fields of Parkinson's disease and other movement disorders. He was the main driver behind the opening of the Dublin Neurological Institute at Ecker Street in 2008, and over 5,000 patients attend there every year. So it's just great that both Dermot and Tim is with us today to talk about a very important individual who was very much part of the creation of this state in very turbulent times, but also in very important times in the establishment of the country. So I'll hand you over to Tim now, and thank you.
Good meal, Margaret. Jimmy, thank you for that. Just to put this up. I've Dermot here on my left going to back me up, so when I make mistakes, hopefully he'll interject. Talán, officer going to be here, and it's a real privilege to be invited. and a bit intimidating because I suppose I'm speaking on behalf of the Lynch clan, and there's a whole bunch of them out there in the audience as well, so it's a bit tricky. And Dermot, listening to me, who gave this talk previously, is tricky. But I'm really very grateful for the invitation from Morris and Mary O'Connor and Phil O'Neill for this great school. I'll have to come back. It's a wonderful session so far, and some of the talks have been really interesting from that viewpoint. I come to Fenian by name, Fenian by nature in due course, but that's a quote. Dermot may interject and may add as we go along, but certainly at the end. This little birthday card I got about 4 or 5 years ago from my daughter, and it's especially for Morris, because Morris Brick's a bit concerned that I might rabbit on a bit longer. So, as you see, it says, Fanon, blah, 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 Fanon, blah, 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 Fanon. Now, I think there was a message in that. So Morris actually is bricking at this stage. Background. So it goes back to Partland, great name, Partland. And I don't know if there's other Partlands in the Kerry area, but this is a wonderful name that appears, 1805, stonemason. And Partland had 3 sons, Patrick, Finian, and with third, we don't know the name, we haven't tracked that one down. And then Patrick then, of course, produced Breach and Lynch family, and the O'Neills who are here today. I met Michael earlier, and there's a few O'Neills, are all Cahersiveen folks. And so they, that group. And then Finian married Ellie McCarthy, and then from Waterfall, and they were both teachers, and they produced Fanon and the family. Brief background to Finian and Ellie, formidable. So it's women and men in partnership, which reflects perhaps one of our talks earlier. And Ellie was a very formidable woman, because what happened was, I think the priest or the bishop decided who got the new national schools, and they were due next in line for one, and they got bypassed for the niece of the bishop. So there was thought to be a bit of bias involved in that. So Ellie wasn't happy with that, got the horse and cart, headed into Killarney, which was a long trip from here, knocked on the door, insisted on meeting the bishop, sat down with tea with the bishop, and by the end of that meeting, over an hour, they were assigned to Kilmacurnan, and they were then the next teachers in Kilmacurnan. So she wasn't taking no for an answer. So the women in our family are fairly strong-willed, I have to say, which I think comes through in the generations. His origins, so this is there was 11 children, and tragically, of course, in those days, a lot of them died young. So 2 died within a week of each other. Presumably, we think of scarlet fever, but we're not certain on that, but that's the presumption. And this is a nice little piece from, I think, the Kerry man, Minister Cahersiveen Association. The teachers acknowledging the fact that their chairman, who was Finian Lynch, had lost 2 children within a week of each other. This is Charles. Again, there's always differences in family, and that's remarkable in Ireland. So Charles ended up working actually in the cable in Valencia, involved in telegraphs, and subsequently was involved actually in the merchant navy of the UK merchant navy, and died actually and drowned off the Gulf of Eden in the early 1920s. Fanon is, of course, down here. I remember Bridie very well. Bridie was Fanon's sister, and she was a great Auntie Bridie, who would have been involved in Breach ní Lynchy. So Bridie I remember well, and Bridie brought up Donal Moran, because Donal Moran, founder of Greylands, family died young, and Donal was, again, one of Eileen's. Eileen died young, and Breach then brought up Donal Moran, and obviously was supportive of Breach ní Lynchy, the other Breach ní Lynchy. The problem with the pedigree of the family is there's lots of Fanons and brides and Breedies, so it's actually tricky to keep track of it. Fanon would have been educated at Kilmacurnan, and then he ended up in St. Brendan's, Killarney, Rockwell, and then remarkably Blackrock College for a year, which was actually a civil servant year that they could do. There was no university at that time that they were able to go to. This is a receipt, actually, I've kind of got from Carolyn Mullen, the archivist at Blackrock College, which was £10 per semester, actually. It's quite a bit of money at the time, because that's where they, at the time, both the salaries were able to pay for that. He was a runner. He won the Open Mile in 1907, and this actually is a photograph of people arriving for that 1907 I got from Caroline Muddle. We have that cup at home, actually, and it was a silver-plated cup, unfortunately not solid silver, but scratched on the bottom of its Finian Lynch 1907 Open Mile. He didn't pass that fast gene on to myself, but clearly passed it on to Dermot, who's still running his 5K. Medicine was the plan, but wasn't possible because his father died young. In 1907, Finian Sr. died, and hence they lost £200 per year as principal of Kilmacurnan, and just had the £100 of Ellie McCarthy who was employed. So they weren't able to afford medicine. So this is a letter from Bridie, actually, again, and as you see, it's from her. She was living in Dublin at the time. So they had a contact, Father Fitzgerald, who got him a post in Swansea as an assistant to a school. And he had a remarkable period of time in Swansea. Actually, he founded a Gaelic League club society in that 1 year in Swansea, and actually was able to speak Welsh and understand Welsh because of his Gaelic. He was a native speaker. Came back from there, ended up 1909 to 1911 in St. Pat's, and I looked this up, this is the 1911 census, and I found one of maybe 300 or 400 men. I couldn't figure out where that was in Drumcondra, but lo and behold, of course, they were in St. Pat's. So troll through that and you find his name. And then, as only in Ireland these things happen, my eye was drawn upwards and I noted there was a Seamus Corraine, and my wife's name is Corraine, that's her grandfather. So they were in the same class together, which was bizarre, but these things happen in Ireland. Roots to the Rising, and I borrowed up these slides from Dermot, of course, so thank you, Dermot. So Dermot, you're allowed to interject and add as I go along here. And there's a background to this, I suppose, which we often, I think, we forget. There was a huge Celtic revival going on really in the late 19th century and early 1900s, the Gaelic League with Douglas Hyde. He resigned in 1915 because he didn't agree with the way things were going from the military perspective. Owen MacNeill then took it on. Fionnán founded a branch in Swansea, as I said, joined the Keating branch, which was the Munster branch at the time, intimately involved in that. With Pierce Beasley, he founded the very active hash story that was referred to earlier, and that was a very active travelling group, and was frustrated that he missed the Host gun running because he was actually acting in Dundalk at the side. And he mentions all the actors in that. There's a wonderful document in the military archives. He mentions the Dixon sisters and other actors who were part of that group, Os Gaeilge. And actually, he translated Molière French direct into Irish for some of the plays. He was a Francophile, was able to speak French, and his thesis actually was on French through Irish. Joined the Irish Republican Brotherhood because Sean McDermott roped him in about 1914. His centre of that was the Bulwer Hobson, so they were called cells, and the centre was Bulwer Hobson, and these were all independent, so they didn't know each other, so if one cell was infiltrated, they wouldn't be able to find the others. Remarkably, he had to arrest Bulwer Hobson in the week of the Rising, because Bulwer, like Owen MacNeill, was of the opinion once they lost the Aud and the guns from Germany, the Rising would fail, which it was going to, but his job was to put Bulwer Hobson under house arrest, which he found very stressful, because this was the lead of his group. Volunteers in 1913 by MacNeill, and he was there at the foundation of Volunteers. And of course, you had the Citizen Army under James Connolly and Sinn Féin under Arthur Griffith at the time. So all these things were going on, but particularly the Gaelic League with the rest, the real interest in Irish language, Irish theatre was developing. I often think actually they were an interesting population, this generation, and some of the talks earlier I think reflects this. Because of course this is Yeats' poem from 1913, which in some ways captures it. Whatever side they ended up on, this Republican population just kept doing things. They were resilient, they kept going remarkably. Yet they were of a different kind. The names that still your childish play. They've gone about the world like wind, but little time had they to pray, for whom the hangman's rope was spun, and what, God help us, could they save? Romantic Ireland's dead and gone, it's with O'Leary in the grave. And then within 3 years, a terrible beauty is born. So this population just kept going and going and going, and I think a lot of the challenge we have in Irish society is interesting. And what would they do about that? Because I suppose Professor Laffin's talk earlier about the internal issues. I mean, energy is an interesting problem for Ireland, transport's an interesting problem for Ireland, healthcare is an interesting problem for Ireland. As an aside, as a physician, we have great doctors and nurses in Ireland, we have great healthcare. It's access is the problem. There are solutions to these issues. Housing is a problem, carbon ice, but there are solutions. But you need decisions. And at the moment, we're often talking about these ad nauseum, particularly about transport. The concept of not having a metro in Dublin is ludicrous, or that you don't have a train up to Donegal. That's ridiculous. We just should get on with it. We have surplus income at the moment, we should use it. So politically, we need to get on with that. This population would have done it. Irrespective of which side they would have done it. And our Irish population, politicians need to understand that. And then Bridget's comment about the fact that if there's hate, social media about politicians, and that it dissuades talented people going into politics, then we have a problem. So Jimmy Dean was a very effective minister, so we need people like Jimmy and the next generation to get into it so we can get on with these things within Ireland. God, I feel much better after that. Yeah, my wife has recommended I go for therapy, but I find this very good. So he was appointed to St. Michan's School as a primary teacher, got involved in the Gaelic League, as mentioned, Owen MacNeill, Douglas Hyde, and the Keating branch. That was in Rutland Street, which of course is Parnell Square. Hal Brewer was chair of that, Pierce Beasley, Con Collins, who subsequently actually drowned in the lawn in Ballykissane. Fionn was meant to be on those cars actually going down to Valencia at the time, but Sean McDermott instructed him to stay with his F company and ended up poor Collins and just died in that. And then Fionn and Diarmuid O'Hegarty and Gerard O'Sullivan, first cousin of Michael Collins, were all involved in that. The hash story he had mentioned was very involved and I think was instrumental in this upsurge of interest in Gaeilge and all things Irish. He resided in 44 Mountjoy Street, Rina Gael, which is Mara McCarthy, who was a wonderful staunch Republican from Cahersiveen, actually Kilmaciernan area, and the McCarthys over there. And then Collins, of course, used that as his digs, and quote unquote, this is the most rated house by the Black and Tans. So good friend of Collins and would have shared times with Collins. McDermott often stayed in the house. Gerard O'Sullivan stayed in 44 before and during the Rising. Mort O'Connell, mentioned earlier, grandfather, actually on the night before the Rising was the last one to stay in the house because the others scattered because there was a number of raids going on at the time, but Mort stayed in the house and wasn't arrested. He started actually getting the rifles. The rifles were actually in the ceiling of the toilet of this house. It's around the corner from the Mater, and Mort was pulling the plasterwork down, and as Fionn's come poor Aunt McCarthy, she had a bit of a mess at the house. So all the Lee Enfields are up in the ceiling. They then put them on their bicycles, draped a coat over them and cycled down for the Rising, past various DMPs at the time, the police at the time. And in 1915, he was recruited to the IRB by Sean McDermott. So he was instrumentally involved in the design and planning of the Rising. And I think it's often forgotten, the Rising was well planned out. The loss of the Ord hampered it significantly, but it wasn't done stupidly. They really thought this through and prepared for it quite a bit. Reflected in some of these as wonderful bureaucratic notes and in the system on the Dublin Metropolitan Police, 1914 to 16, they were following Fionn and otherwise. Wonderfully, they call him Fenton Lynch. They couldn't get the name right. But, you know, these are various references of the night, and you see meeting people like Porrick Pierce, blah, 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 blah. So that's a regular occurrence, and there's a whole series of these documents that are lovely bureaucratic documents describing these various antics that were going on, often in Parnell Square and various other places that was going on. First audio, please, James. I hope this works.
The very next company meeting.
This is Fionn speaking.
Our wife company of Presbyterian, I told them exactly what had happened, and that I had got orders from headquarters to sever my connection with them for the time being. But I assured them that when anything he was doing, that I'd be back.
I've lost track of where we are, do you want?
No, it's fine. Let's go second one. If you want to comment, you're welcome. Second one, James, thanks. So that's a BBC, God Bless Auntie, recorded Fionn in 1966, and these are extracts. So you can get him to give this whole talk if we edit down. There's an hour and a half recording. Next one.
Before the Rising, I resumed command of my company. I reminded them of what I had said when I told them that I had been forced to leave, and so that my company can have been under no illusions that there was something doing when I was back.
The reason he's talking about that was that the canon who was in charge of St. Michan's School called him in January 1916 and asked was he a member of the volunteers. He said yes. The canon was taken aback with his frankness and said you'll have to resign for the volunteers because you can't be a member of the volunteers. The canon wasn't aware that he was a member of the IRB at the time either. Fionn said, well, actually, I would take advice on that. And he went to see Sean McDermott and then Thomas McDonough, who advised him to lay low. So he sat down he was captain of F Company at that time, and laid low, but then reappeared in Thursday of Easter week to say, I'm back. And they knew that time that the Rising was going to happen then within a week at that stage. First audio, please.
They knew James Connolly slightly because all the officers of the Dublin Brigade, in fact including Eamon de Valera, I remember being at these lectures. Connolly gave us all lectures on street fighting.
And second audio.
I should say that sometime prior to the Holy Week, at our battalion council, we were each informed of what area our company would occupy during the Rising.
So this would...
On Good Friday, Shoulders and O'Hegarty and myself went down to North King Street and Church Street along that area to May Lane, which was to be our charge during the week.
This is the forecourts here, this is the Liffey, so just north of the Liffey, Church Street going on, and North King Street. This was a key area. The reason for that was the plan was that they knew they would lose the rising, but they were going to get driven back. And the plan was to go westward, up through this way out to Ashburn, where Tom Ashe was holding Ashburn, and then from there escape across, all the way ultimately across the Shannon. And if they had the odd, they would have had the rifles then to hold the Shannon, they would have kept. So Kerry and Cork were meant to rise at that stage. But of course they lost the odd and the German rifles, so that didn't work. But that's why that was a key area. It was a huge area of fighting in this 1916 rising. Maxwell, who was general of the English army at the time, acknowledged this was, aside from Mount Street Bridge, this was the most intense fighting of the 16 rising. First audio, please. These are very short little scripts from this hour-and-a-half recording of the BBC.
First few days, it was very quiet, but coming on towards Tuesday night or Wednesday morning, things began to get hot, and we were getting under pretty heavy fire. And Shoaldice's area, especially just at the corner of North King Street, was under a very heavy fire.
And second audio.
Some of the soldiers, who appeared to be either very stupidly led or if they had any leader with them at all, they came through, and the last house before Cuckoo Lane. Now they turned into Cuckoo Lane at the double, about a dozen of them, and this was just completely under our fire. Frank Shoaldice, Lieutenant Shoaldice's brother, was in the malt house, just covering the place absolutely.
So the soldiers, the 2nd and the 6th South Stafford's regiment came down here unexpectedly, expecting not much of an opposition. Riley's Fort was a pub here, which was being held by Frank Shoaldice, Jack Shoaldice, and his brother Frank was the sniper here. These were under construction houses, so they had all sorts of men ready in ditches in that area. Came in this there, and they got basically annihilated, the 2nd and the 6th at the time, and were held basically all the way to the Saturday. The only way they managed to get them, move them eventually, they bought in armoured cars to move them out. But they had North King Street, Church Street, and then subsequent to that, they were driven back then towards the Custom House subsequent to that. Thank you.
I was tried on the 4th of May.
Post-rising.
And sentenced that night. I'd taken to Kilmainham after sentence, and sentenced that night. And the one document contained both the sentence to death and the commutation to 10 years penal servitude.
As you see, he was kind of busy. These are a list of the various places he ended up in. Rotundarig initially, Richmond Barracks, Kilmainham Jail, Mountjoy Prison, Portland Prison, Lewis Prison, Fongcock, Belfast, Strange Ways, Manchester, Ballinacare, Interment. So His Majesty accommodated him quite a bit during that, over that number of years. Second audio, please.
My name was Fionnage, it was used to be F-I-N-I-A-N at the time, but through some mistake it was put up in the cell door in Mountjoy as F-E-N-I-A. There was a big stout ward that came along, and he read the names, he says, with a great guffaw, "Ah, big girls, you see, Fionn by name and Fionn by name."
Third audio, please, James, thanks.
I think we were in Mountjoy something like a week. I don't know what exact date it was, but it must have been the 10th or 11th or 12th of May that we were shifted across to the North Wall. And as I said, there was already an extraordinary change in the attitude of the Dubliners. We got quite an ovation going down. And as a matter of fact, we were the one and only batch that were marched to the North Wall. All the rest were removed by military line down to the North Wall.
So should say that the BBC is to be very much thanked for this. 1966, they came over and recorded Fanon about 2 months before he died. My uncle Garode, who's passed away since, recalled that and then called into the BBC many, many years later and asked did they have a copy of that recording. And they said, we'll check. And they popped back and said, actually, we do have a copy. Would you like it? So they got a copy of an hour-and-a-half recording, which is a wonderful recording because there's a very dapper English chap who starts asking questions of this talk. And Fanon's quite reticent, clearly, but warms up. And by the end, he's on a complete roll. And you see, just ask them about Collins, ask them about various other things, but they stop, unfortunately. I assume the other survivors of 16 Rising were also recorded, and they probably are sitting in the archive, a good PhD study for somebody in history to do. A wonderful letter from Portland Prison to his mother. This is within a week of the Rising, May, and basically says, you know, don't be too concerned. Arrived here a few days ago, and now settled down to the place. I've been in Mountjoy Prison, Dublin since Thursday the 4th. I dare say you saw the papers. My sentence 10 years. Now, all I ask that you don't worry over the affair, as I'm in the best of form. I never enjoyed better health and not in the least downhearted. The only thing that would make me lose heart is to hear that you're worrying about me. When you consider the number who've been shot and that I also was sentenced to be shot, really, things aren't too bad. Marked understatement. Chas, he refers to as the brother Chas, who is in the Merchant Navy, other side of the, again, most Irish families, they're often different ones. General Amnesty 1917, and he was released at that stage, came back to Kerry, and he was met with a huge number of people, I understand, at the railway station. Subsequently, Pádraig Pearse's mother was speaking at that, and a few others. There's a wonderful speech. We got rearrested, of course, as he did, and he's in Cork with Austin Stack, and they're allowed to make a speech during the court. They decided to actually adopt what we call the Brennan brothers from Clare, who decided not to acknowledge or recognise the courts. So they adopted this policy. They weren't even recognising the courts in Cork, which was irritating the powers that be, but they were allowed to speak. So he gave this wonderful, sedacious speech, which he said was a great rebellion, which got published. And it was actually a wonderful read of it. Finishing off, I am still unrepentant rebel, and as such I scorn to ask for any mitigation of the sentence, which I am certain you have already passed. The heavier a sentence, the more shall I feel honoured, for I know that I go to jail for the cause of Irish freedom, the cause dearest to my heart, as to the heart of every true Irishman, etc., etc. So a good propaganda opportunity. I might just play this one. Austin Stack was a great, Tom Ash, great friend. Let's play this one actually, James, thanks.
But then the Ash, of course, we started a hunger strike. And unfortunately, Ash died during the hunger strike. It was fed, the forcibly feeding into the lung instead of, and I was probably the last person who spoke to him. We had broken the cells of our doors. You see, we resisted all the time. From start to finish, you see, we refused to move from our cells to the place we forcibly fed. They'd be carried bodily. We'd be taken in, brought into this room where the doctor was, put into a high chair, your arms were strapped back, your legs were strapped below, and then your mouth was forced open with a wooden spoon, and then he put down the stomach tube. Well, this had gone on for days, you see, and I don't know what day particularly it was, but Ash went down, and Ash used to shout, we used to shout out to each other, stick it, you see. I said, stick it, Tom boy, and Ash said, I'll stick it, Finn. Being short from me, I used to always just for Tom and Finn. We were very friendly. I saw him come back about a quarter of an hour, 10 minutes afterwards, absolutely blue in the face, and I knew that something serious had happened. And Stack was in the next cell to me, and I said to him, well, I said, I'm afraid something has happened about Ash. He looks very bad to me.
So at the inquest, which turned out to be, again, another huge propaganda, this is the funeral of Tom Ash, this is the Mater Hospital, which I work in. The actual room he died in, there used to be a plaque above the bed, actually, which was a bit perturbing if you were patient. But this is the bed that Tom Ash died in, but there we go. So enthusiastic treatment, they're curing hands, here we go. But this is a photograph. It was an enormous, biggest funeral actually since Charles Stewart Parnell. Michael Collins arranged it, a huge propaganda. And at the inquest, similar, the inquest took place in the Mater. We actually reenacted that in 2016, and we've dug out actually the files. We have the records from Ash actually, and the autopsy that was done at the time trying to confirm his death. And Hannah was the QC for the British Empire at the time, And during the interview at one stage, he's getting nowhere with Fanon. Fanon was one of 4 being interviewed or being grilled in the inquest, and it got nowhere. And he said, "You are a determined man, Mr. Lynch." And Fanon's responded, "Whatever you say yourself." So that's where that comes from, and I think he probably was resilient, determined. Remarkably, they became friends because they both played golf together in Milltown Golf Club subsequently. So Henry and himself subsequently became friends. Again, how things work in Ireland. Lewis' tactics was wonderful. This is, again, in the various prisons he ended up with. And there was a guy called Tig Brosnan from Castle Gregory. And Tig was a blacksmith, a big man, and there was sports going on in these things as they were fighting for political status. They were initially being treated as regular prisoners, and they kept fighting for political status and used various methods to do that. The Lewis was a Lewis prison. Their tactic there was to smash the prison to bits. So they had a 56-pound weight for sport, and Tig Brosnan was a superb thrower of that because blacksmith. So he had a technique where he would pull a towel through the weight and swing it, and they could smash all the railings. They smashed all the stairs, so they got themselves completely isolated up on the upper floors, and they couldn't the guards couldn't get up to do them. So this was the technique he used. Tig was smart. He also figured out wonderfully they had a prayer book in the prison. Now, this wasn't, it had been a Protestant prayer book, probably rather Catholic, but they used it, of course, that they're very heavy metal doors, and they swung the doors with the prayer book jammed into the hinges. It popped the doors off, which then they used to ram and smack and block the doors. So the guards had to drill through the wall to get them, actually, ultimately, because they were barricaded in. And secondly, they put handcuffs on them then at some stages in Belfast, day and night. And Brosnan figured out that if you strained against the handcuffs and smacked your wrist on a metal pipe, they popped open. And so they took the handcuffs overnight, and the guards didn't know any of this thing. So Brosnan was a smart chap who was doing all this. Wonderful documents in the pension application Fanon's, and this is his handwriting describing various places he was during 17, 18, 19, 2021, and invariably he was in prison or getting arrested for seditious speeches. And this is, of course, the Cat and Mouse Act came out at that stage, and he was being put back in at that stage. So they were released and then rapidly being collected. So partnership, Bridget, formidable woman, Bridget Slattery, and he met Bridget basically at the anniversary casement because Tom Slattery, with Bridget's father, who was from Tralee, from 1011 Rock Street, had a premises there, and Tom basically had got arrested after casement because he went out to try and save him in Bannistrand, ended up in Froncock, even though he was an older Fenian at that stage. But at the first year anniversary, Tom Ash was speaking. Fanon said the actual rosary, interestingly, because the priest wasn't allowed to say it because the bishop disapproved. So Fanon said it Osqueliga, and then met Bridget on the way back and stayed overnight in Rock Street, and then these two hooked up and they got married in 1916, and then stayed in rented accommodation 98 Pembroke Road, which becomes important because a lot of the first provincial government cabinet meetings sat there and met there in Pembroke Road, and it was constantly being raided by the Black and Tans at the time. This is a nice little note, which is talking about a raid was done. A raid was carried out on the night of the 6th and the 9th of the 3rd Rifle Brigade on 98 Pembroke Street, resulting in the arrest of Fanon Lynch, an IRA leader, member of those areas. So interesting documents were found in the premises, which I suspect were cabinet documents because there were cabinet meetings taking place in that area. Political career. So Frederick Douglass was mentioned earlier, interestingly, again with the Connell link, and like Frederick Douglass, who initially advocated violence and moved into politics, and subsequently Nelson Mandela, Fanon and many of these people, including Collins, I think, did the same, or in the process of doing that, so that they moved away from having gun violence and politics the way to go. And he had a very long political career. Elected MP in Belfast Prison, wonderful, got a letter while a prisoner inviting him to take a seat in Westminster, himself and Austin Stack. He didn't even know they were up for the election, but Collins put them up and they got elected in. So he got a lot of slacking about that. And then he was Sinn Féin TD, Common Gael TD for various areas in Kerry. Jimmy Deenan knows all about this, the exact figures and votes and counts he got and what position he got. So I'll bow to Jimmy for expertise in that. Minister of Education, Provisional Government, we've heard about earlier, which I didn't know that wonderful documents that were discussed there. Then Minister of Lands and Fisheries in the Common Gael Government, elected Cian Corley Dole, but then had stepped down because he became unwell, and appointed Deputy Leader in 1944 and retired in 1944. So a long political career, and I think contributed a lot, actually, to the state over that. Not sure why he didn't go back to education. He had great graw for it. That's not clear, but did contribute a lot to fisheries significantly over a period of time. involved in the treaty. So again, resilient, kept going. He was a co-secretary of the treaty along with others. There's Fanon here on the right, and of course Arthur Griffith, and then many of the other plenipotentiaries in that area. And again, this is the pension document in London as secretary of the delegation. He supported the treaty, and of course, so these are the various, so an interesting group. I mean, the British delegation was very powerful. Churchill, of course, here, Lord Buckenhead, you know, and Lord George, and this, the Irish delegation, and then the secretaries, Erskine Chillers, Fanon Lynch, John Charters, and Diarmuid O'Hagerty, his friend. And then it wasn't just men, of course, because Mrs. Lynch appears here. Now, she was there, quote, as a chaperone, but Bridget wasn't a chaperone. Bridget ran the houses. So Han Street and Cadogan Square, she was running the houses, making sure they behaved themselves and got on with it. So again, that partnership go on. They were travelling back and forth by boat all the time, remarkably, even though that Fanon Og, which would be Dermot's brother, was born in around this, at that time in negotiations. But incredibly, they managed to do that. Actually, you're not sure how they did it, but they did. Wonderful letter, Fanon Lynch, 16 Parnell Square. Oh, yeah, Reed send. No, he's not here. He's over in London, 10 Downing Street. Whoops. So there are your aspirations. And then 15 Cadogan Gardens instead. That's actually in the archives digitally. You can find it. Treated bait, so this gets a more difficult history in Ireland, but important. And and people talked about the army, evacuation, control, but most importantly, he talked about education, we talked about earlier. Fragile thing in the country. Education is key. I don't know if Michael Murphy's still here, he's left, but if he is here, one of the problems we have in Ireland, we're not investing in our third level education properly. And it needs investment, and we're falling behind in it. So his job is to make sure that happens. And the government is aware of it, but they just haven't done it. O'Malley's decision back in the 60s to make free education was really key, and we're bearing those profits now at this stage, a generation later, and the work done before, and that's what we've got to do. That you educate the population, you end up with a good population. If you don't educate the population, like in the US, you end up with problems. So that's important, and he recognized that because it gets control. Interest of time, I'm going to skip this one. It's just a video of actually taking Dublin Castle. So he was at the meeting in the morning and then went to Dublin Castle with 2 taxis with Michael Collins. Unfortunately, no record of that, but incredibly, this is 6 years after being sentenced to death. They now take the seat of power from the English Empire. Divided treaty, of course, 3 Tá agus 3 Níl. And they're the 3 Tá and they're the 3 Níls at the time. And unfortunately, his great friend Austin Stack was different on the other side. And Fanon was, again, for compromise, negotiation, and he felt that they, in due course, would become a full republic. Civil War, difficult time, and sad enough, but I borrowed this from Dermot, he may want to comment on that. I think nice quote, chivalry and humanity were early casualties of both sides of the Civil War. I think that's a fair comment. He was drafted to the army, and this gets him out of the Minister of Education. That's where that comes around. So he's into the army of summer 22, so that's why he probably was quiet in those documents. And he's down down in Kerry at the time. But then he's brought back in as Minister of Land officially in late December of 22. So he's in and out briefly of the army, but a politician probably more than a soldier. And he's down here in the Southern Command. This is a document that Collins had recommended he be a level of Lieutenant General. So he's arguing for a big pension, which he got actually on that basis. Main Street, Kinmare, he was quite involved in trying to take and supporting Kinmare. Kinmare was surrounded at the time, and Fanon then attempted to reinforce it, but was driven back, ended up in a ditch over heavy fires. Aide de camp turned and said, Fanon, your constituents don't seem too happy to see you. Dermot has an anecdote story. I'm going to let him tell about a cigarette case. He might tell that at the end when I'll finish fairly shortly. This is kind of an extraordinary story. We think that happened that time. Extraordinary letter that we came across recently. A friend of mine, Kevin Finan, sent this to me. He's an accountant, but really an amateur historian doing a PhD in history in UCD, actually. And this is a document, it's 1923, so he's just been ambushed the year before or so, and he's arguing for Jack Shanahan of Castellana, who was wounded in ambush some months prior to the truce. He's permanently injured. His brother was killed in Castellana the day of the truce. I would like to know whether the fact that Jack Shanahan being an irregular, since irregular being anti-treaty, would mitigate him getting anything. Although he was one of whom ambushed me, still I feel that he's perfectly entitled to compensation. Extraordinary magnanimous gesture within a year or so of being shot, and the cigarette case. So smoking protected him from death. Executive mentioned these and he was various roles in that minister. Here he is on the right at the time. I think that was an interesting government, difficult time in the country, achieved a lot in the period of time, and most importantly, stood down and honoured the election in 1932 and handed power over at that time. his job in fisheries was a challenge because when you look at the thing, his lack of steam vessels compared to England, lack of motor vessels, lack of sailing vessels. So he was trying to develop that, and he put a number of loans developing Howth, Cremane, and indeed Killybeck. So Cremane would have been quite involved with development of fishery there with his role in that stage. Opposition. So this is Dermot, looking quite well, Dermot. Thank you. And so there was one more to come. Garrod hadn't appeared at this stage. This is my dad, Tom, who's dead since. This is Fionn Óg. This is Maura, who's passed away too. This would be Kevin, Supreme Judge subsequently in the Supreme Council. And then that would be Benny. Fionn had cardiac disease, heart attack, unfortunately. Remarkably, in the 1938 election, he was unopposed. So the opposition, Fianna Fáil, recognizing that he was sick, didn't oppose him and allowed him to be elected in, which was an interesting thing to do at the time, shortly after that. So he was obviously held in regard. Last Count Corla, but he had to resign shortly after taking the post. Left it all then subsequently, he became a barrister, continued this resilience, and then appointed Circuit Court Judge in Sligo, Gael Gore, so he's Sligo and Donegal, and De Valera appointed him, even though Dev was in Paris, so a Common Gael, Fianna Gael person he appointed as judge, unusual. And I would say a great sense of humour comes through in that recording quite a bit. Second heart attack and then retired completely in 59. Interest of time, I think I might just, well, I'll mention a few of them. I can't stop myself. Here we go. So Bridget and Fionn Óg, who passed away unfortunately young. Dad, my Thomas, who's a professor of psychiatry and has passed away. My mom, Sheila, who's also dead. Maura, a consultant psychiatrist. Brendan, engineer involved in a lot of major works in the state. Kevin, judge. Dermot, doctor, GP, and Garrod, a surgeon. High-achieving group at the time, so that, I think, determined, resilient gene probably got passed on. And this is a photograph of my dad with them in 44 South Hill, is where he passed away and died at the time. Died in June, and interesting statement, this is a letter actually I have, it's a lovely letter from Garrod, from Richard Mulcahy to Dan Spring of the Kerry men. And in the letter, just shortly after his death, he says, so Fionn is gone. While it could be said that he made a wonderful battle over a long period in the end, no one who knew him or was in touch closely with him would think of calling it a battle, because he was as genial and as full of laughter and conversation to the very end as he was in his best days. Everyone was full of admiration for his latter days as his earlier days, which I think was a nice statement. And lastly, cold dish is interesting, isn't it? So my daughter, who gave me that lovely little card, then sidled up to me in the junior cert to say, Dad, I have to do a project for history. And I said, uh-huh. So I was going to milk this for all it was worth. And she said, I was wondering what to do. And I said, uh-huh. And she said, I was thinking of doing Fionn. I said, well, no, I can't help you. I'm not allowed to talk about Fionn. Blah, 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 blah. So it's Dad. So I said, I'll give you a hand and write it. So I give her credit, she wrote it well, and it got submitted, that's nice. And the school submitted to the Department of Education, because they have an award every year. They have 6 awards for history essays, and remarkably it won one. And then they selected those 6, one for publication, which was then published. So this is my last right here, published in History Ireland. So it got her back after that. Thank you for your attention. Dermot, do you want to say something? Well, about his voice, listening to him. Well, do you want to say about that, listening to his voice? Personal.
So, thank you very much, Tim. And now, Dermot, Fionn's son, just say a few words.
Is mis Dermot Victor Fionn Óg sí tá brónam arm mar ní raibh mas Gaeilge agam and so mar sin Lawrence Berla. I'm an ornament here today. I hope I didn't mangle that too much, because I simply don't speak Irish. Fionn was my dad. It's hard to add. Tim has been a very comprehensive cover there.
He died in 1966. So I was born in 1930, so I knew him quite well. Analysing his speech and how he spoke and what he said, as far as I'm concerned, it was just my dad talking. That's who it was, you know, exactly as he was. He was, of course, pro-treaty. There was this dreadful split. When Sean, I think it was Sean Hales, was assassinated, and there was a target put on all the pro-treaty voters. I'm no good on origins or sources, but I know there was one fellow who reported, sure, I could have shot Fionn Lynch any time when he was going home drunk. He came to visit myself and Una in our house when we were early in England, and he and my mother. And after my morning's consultations, I would go out on a load of visits to patients in their homes, and the dad would come with me, and then we would come in, and off they went at the end of the holiday. And my wife Una said, wasn't he marvellous now? And that whole time he wasn't drinking at all, because he's really got over the drink at this stage. And I said, yeah, but one of our visits every day was to a local pub. There was another occasion when in Milltown Golf Club, I think, wasn't it?
Milltown, yeah.
There was a round of drinks. Dad had an orange juice and a beer and this, that, and the other. And my mother took the bill and said, that was a very expensive orange juice. There was something in it. So he was always full of fun. We had a load of jokes at the table, not all of them repeatable. And he was a great dad. And
The cigarette case.
sorry?
The cigarette case.
Oh, the cigarette case. You mentioned the cigarette case. I don't know where it's gone to, but we had in a bureau at home a very deformed cigarette case. And it was at this approach to Kenmare, where they were trying to relieve Kenmare, and when your constituents don't look you much, he actually got a bullet in the chest. Well, no, in the cigarette case. And it was totally deformed, and just goes to show that smoking isn't always that bad. So I'm an ornament. I'm not the speaker at all today. So
Yes, you are.
thank you, Tim, for letting me come on. And thank you, James, for letting me come on.
Answer the question. So now I'll just hand it over to the audience. If there's anyone there that would like to ask either Tim or Dermot any questions. Well, yeah, the third row there. Do you want to get a mic? Yeah. Fiona, you want to say? You want to?
Jean Byrne is my name. This isn't really a question, but I'd like to say Gormaga to all the speakers because it's been really inspiring and interesting. But Bridget Laffan mentioned that the people who really were responsible for the foundation of the state made the decisions and got on with it. And you've just mentioned there that what we really need are solutions, we need decisions. And Bridget also mentioned that you know, we have the capacity to get through the times that are ahead of us. And I think in one of the letters there, it said, I think it was your father who wrote to his mother, don't be downhearted. So most of us here are of an age where we're, handing over to the younger generations. There aren't too many of the younger generation here. So how do we go forward to enable a more intergenerational and interdisciplinary future? Because the wisdom that is within the room, there's still huge wisdom within the youth and in the middle way. And in our country at the moment, I still think there's a huge lack of interdisciplinary teaching in our education system. You mentioned third level. I think there's a fundamental need here to enable primary school teachers to get involved in outdoor education. Climate change is the biggest challenge nearly that we face. There isn't any emphasis on that within the philosophical understanding of our educational system going forward. So I just put it out there. It's not a question because I don't think there's any easy answers. Thank you.
Sure. So Jimmy, as a politician, passed that one over to me, which was very nice. I was going to pass it to Jimmy, but I'll make a comment. As a neurologist, how the brain works is interesting. And one of the things that strikes me, and I've done this looking at the junior cert curriculum for science, there's always a chapter in the book on heart, lung, kidney, gut. There's nothing about the brain. And our kids' brains, we're actually remodeling the kids' brain as they learn. That's what education is about. The neuroscience of memory, mathematics, concept thought thinking, decision-making, debate, critical thinking is all understood. It should be taught in primary school and then in secondary school, because then you educate them to critically think, you then get a better debate, and that then will lead to all that other goody stuff from there. But remarkably, we haven't done that. So I have written to the Minister of Education on 2 occasions, but my letters I got back, your letters receiving attention, which really means go away. I think that would be an issue. And by the way, the kids are well able. I do a lecture every now and then to 10 or 11-year-olds in school because the school have called my bluff and they get it. I was asked a wonderful question last year, which I had no answer to. It was a Nobel Prize winning question. One of the girls asked, how come you can't tickle yourself? And I don't know why you can't tickle yourself, but it's a bloody good question.
Just talking about brain health, this is destroying our brain. And, the telephone companies won't say that, but in time it will prove to be the great destruction of our brains. We're all using them and dependent on them. I know that Maurice is anxious to finish at past, so we take just one more or a few more questions. Just if you could make it a question, please. Yeah. Just if you could make it a question more than a statement.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
Gormagat, and just Gormagat for all the research you've done. It's unbelievable to see all the different places you had to go to find the information. And just when you said that there could be other recordings like that in the BBC, to anyone here who might want to do research, how do you actually go about, say, if you think the BBC might have something? Is it as simple as contacting different archives, or could you recommend a method to go about finding the kind of information that you've dug up over the years?
Just one thing there, on the BBC, the only recorded interview with Stephen Fuller, who was one of the people who were blown up at Ballyseedy, was carried out by the BBC as well. So we owe them a debt of gratitude in that sense. And for whatever reason, RT didn't really start getting into the Civil War and even the War of Independence until later in the time. But would you just maybe comment on that?
In some ways you contact directly, but I also might pass that to Maurice Brick as Emeritus Professor of History, because the universities' history departments will be expert in this area, particularly when the master's students or PhD students are working in the area. So linking in or finding somebody who's interested in the area, doing masters otherwise. So for example, I've got a little bit of work going in the background. We think Churchill met Dev in the Second World War in Cavan, and we're trying to pin it down if he did or did not. And this was negotiating with regard to access to the ports. So we're trying to track that down from records of Churchill in England and Dev's records in Ireland, but it's hard. Can you match the thing? So you need actually access, I think, to masters, PhD students, and that concept, somebody in UCD, UCC, UCG, who's working in that area. I think it's helpful.
I know that one of the speakers that was here this morning, Ciara Meehan, has done really very important research in this whole area as well. Yeah, any other question? That's it.
Very, very briefly.
Yeah.
We can't forget the local historian either. You know, that's how I started. I started by getting really, really curious about my local library. You know, so.
Yeah, Fiona. Fiona just said that we can't, again, forget the local historian, who is a very important contributor and has to make a major contribution too. So look, just Mary will say a few words about the afternoon, but just in conclusion here, Cahersiveen has produced some of the most distinguished people in this country. Like when you look at Dan O'Connell and his contribution not only to Ireland, but to the world, to Europe, he was the first kind of Christian Democrat, and to America, how he influenced Frederick Douglass and changed the whole constitution there. And they talk about blacks now, what he did for them. So, and then to Fionnán Lynch, and more recently to Minister John O'Donoghue, who was a very effective Minister for Justice. So this is a very special place, this part of the world, apart from his footballers like Mick O'Connell, Mick Dwyer and all the rest. So it's made a huge contribution, and you were honoured in that contribution here today. So over to Mary O'Connell.
Thank you, Jimmy, and thank you to everyone who's contributed so wonderfully this morning. We are getting caught for time, and we will be resuming at 2:30 for the Daniel O'Connell lecture.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, this Miri of Galer, a harda, August Falter Roiv, Huig Lechti Connell, 2004, 2024 even. August Gahoirhe Kermit Falter Riv our Earle and Tandador Mihal McDowell. Before introducing our speaker, however, I would like to recognise one of our 5 TDs here in Kerry, Pa Daly, who's here. And if I may, I'd like to wish him well in what promises to be a very interesting political year without making a party political point, but I will, just for the record. Can I also recognise some of our councillors, for whom, of course, elections, at least for the moment, are behind them. But again, without making any party political points, I congratulate them on their election, and in some cases on their re-election, and I salute them for giving so much of their time to public service. This also gives me an opportunity to thank Kerry County Council for the ways in which they've supported our schools since we were founded in 2013 in all different kinds of ways. Now, with the efficiency for which I'm so well known, I've written down the names of some of the councillors who are here as well. And with that same efficiency, I've just realised that I left the list out in the car. So can I thank everybody and welcome them all on block. But there is, however, one councillor that I do recognise, and that is Norma Moriarty, who is one of our own councillors here. Again, Norma, without making a party political point, but I do want to mention that when the school was set up in 2013 and we were banging the bushes and doing all sorts of things, trying to get things off the ground, Norma was extraordinarily helpful to us and has been very helpful to us since, often without us going to her, which is, marks a change, I think, very often when you deal with politicians. But she's been very good and very proactive in her support, and we thank her for it. I would also like to recognise Jimmy Deanan, our former Minister for Arts and Culture. When Jimmy was Minister for Arts and Culture, he opened our very first school when it was set up in 2013 and did so with great eloquence. And of course, as many of you know, even though Jimmy has retired from electoral politics, he's as active in this county as he ever was when he was a TD, and is always available to help any kind of organisation, including the many voluntary organisations, which ours is, and does what he can to promote the culture and history and literature and legacy of South Kerry, and he does so without any trouble. I'd also like if I may, to say the same, but even with more force, for John O'Donoghue, our former Minister and TD here in South Kerry, and indeed one of Michael's predecessors as Minister for Justice, Equality and Law Reform. And again, I thank him for his support and encouragement again, it's hard to kind of describe this, but when you're involved in a voluntary organisation like this, is support, even the smallest word of support and encouragement from people like John and Jimmy and Norm and the other councillors and TDs in the county means an awful lot. We're not always looking for money, we're just looking for encouragement and support. And as I said, our local councillors, without exception, our councillors and our deputies and our senators have been very proactive in encouraging us in that regard. This brings me to welcome Michael's family who are here and friends, and in particular can I welcome Niamh Brennan, Michael's wife, who was a sometime colleague of mine in UCD. But for all her distinguished career in UCD, I think it is not inappropriate for us to welcome her here as one of our own. She was, as they say here, one of the Brennans of Main Street. A family which did so much to develop and to improve the town before May 1921, when, as the saying goes, they were given a choice which they couldn't refuse. And because those of you who know that period of our history in South Kerry will know that on that May Day in 1921, 5 families of the town were asked to leave their homes. Their furniture was to be left inside, but everything, they had 24 hours to take the rest out. And Niamh's family was one of those 5 families whose home was burned. So again, we welcome her here in a very special way. And it also gives me the opportunity to acknowledge the support or the contribution that your family may have made or has made to the development of our town right through the 19th century, something about which I've come to know a lot in the last several months, because as some of you know, I'm writing this book about Cahersiveen. When is it coming out? Next year. When is it coming out? The following year. But anyway, but it's given me a window into really how remarkable some of these people were at a particularly challenging time in our history. So having said all that, I want to introduce our lecturer. I've written this down because I don't want to mess it up. So can I introduce our lecturer? And I was thinking yesterday about how I would introduce Michael McDowell, and I came to the conclusion there was an easy way to do it, and there was a more challenging way of doing it. Now, the easy way is to list all the various public offices that Michael has held over the years as TD, Taoiseach, Minister for Equality, Justice and Law Reform, Senator, member of any number of public inquiries into the affairs of our country, distinguished barrister, senior counsel, and of course member of Shannon. But as I said, that's an easy way out, and I'm not going to do that. So instead what I'm going to do is step behind that, because I think, even though I don't know Michael well, I know him well enough that everything he does with great gusto, and he's added his own personal stamp to everything he has done. Not everybody agrees with everything that he says, but then few public figures, I think, have the capacity that Michael has to provoke public debate and to provoke it in ways which look at an issue, and he certainly has done that. It kind of reminds me of a phrase in the Penny Catechism that we used to have. I'm really dating myself now. The Penny Catechism we used to have going to school when they used to talk about getting involved in things body and soul. But he gets involved in things body and soul. And actually, now that I think about it, the phrase is body, soul, and divinity. I'm not going to labour Michael with whether or not he is divine or oracular, but I do know there are people who do believe that, and good luck to them. But in any event, as I said, even allowing for that ability to provoke debate, Michael has been involved, as I said, in some of the more interesting discussions that we've had in our public life here in recent years, more particularly on the family and care referendum, when he championed a particular argument against all of the odds. All of the political parties had agreed on a particular line, a particular argument, and I think might have felt that this referendum would pass. And I must say, I do recall 1 or 2 hapless ministers of state debating these matters on television, where he put very provocative and cogent and arguments to them. They didn't know what hit them. And I think really it showed in the result of the referendum, because of course 70% of the population agreed with them. And that's what I mean about the ability to provoke debate and using your position in public life to provoke a debate, not in a particularly partisan way, but because it is something that people like Michael, in the position he has, have an opportunity to do and do well. Having said all that, Michael is no stranger to our school. In fact, I think it was in 2013, he was here and addressed us on yet another referendum where he took a rather unpopular stand because the government of the day took the opposite point of view about the abolition of the Senate. He championed the case for retaining the Senate and made a very eloquent speech here on that occasion. Mind you, I remember that visit because he was accompanied by Adrian Hardiman, Justice Adrian Hardiman, whom I remember with great affection this afternoon. I also scarcely remember the night in Keating's bar we had the night before that, and about how much he enjoyed the company and how much they enjoyed him. So I suppose in a different way, I welcome Michael back as a different kind of welcome, I suppose, to Neves, but nonetheless as an alumnus of the school and certainly as one who has supported the school over the years in all kinds of ways, and I look forward to what he has to say. Thank you, Michael.
Thanks very much indeed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, councillors, deputy, members of the judiciary, former ministers, of which there are 3 in the room, including myself, and friends. Listening to that bifurcated introduction, the easy one and the hard one, I'm reminded of what happened in the 1970s, apparently, at the annual general meeting of the Labour Party for Dublin North East. And a trade union official was chairing this event, and eventually he said, in a sort of a strong Dublin accent, he said, "Comrades, the last item on the agenda is an address by our local TD, Dr. Conor Cruz O'Brien, who needs no introduction because, as usual, he isn't here." On the occasion that I came here, on the last occasion in 2013, it was a most happy occasion, and I'm really grateful to the Daniel O'Connell School and honoured to be invited back on this occasion to deliver the Daniel O'Connell lecture this afternoon. On that occasion, I did, as Maurice has said, I said I made the argument for retaining the Seanad. And I thought I did fairly well with the audience, but I was, at the end of it, I was suddenly reprimanded by a senator, a former senator, John A. Murphy from Cork, who said it was none of my business on this occasion, which was to do with Daniel O'Connell, to talk about current political matters. So I considered myself reprimanded, and then I went off to Keating's pub and diluted my sense of shame and his sense of anger in the most pleasant evening described there. But it is customary to invoke the memory of Daniel O'Connell as a great Irishman who pursued his political beliefs by constitutional means and who pursued the cause of Ireland without recourse to political violence, and to recall that his abhorrence of the events in late 18th century France drove him to an antipathy to violence, not to mention his experience with dueling pistols. But it is, I think, churlish to simply regard Daniel O'Connell, as people like Michael Collins very definitely did, as a politician and popular leader whose career had ended ultimately in failure. Because having achieved Catholic emancipation, He then devoted his political energies to repealing the Act of Union. And in undertaking that task, he mobilized mass political support for repeal on a scale which was unknown in Europe. The idea that 500,000 people would congregate anywhere to hear someone speak, let alone in Ireland in the 1840s, was unheard of. And quite apart from his support of human rights in America and his courage in standing up against those people who were advocates of slavery and against the abolition of slavery, quite apart from that, he was a member of Parliament in Westminster. And I think it should be acknowledged that he, as time went by, he became disillusioned with that office as MP, and he decided that he was wasting his time largely in London, with a few exceptions, and that he was better off coming to Ireland and dealing directly with the people. And when you think about this is a point that certainly was borne in on me as I listened to the Lynch, the Fionnán Lynch story, which was so brilliantly recounted here today by his grandson and son. When you think about the fact that we have an independent Ireland, I think we have to be honest about one thing, and that's to admit that it was the physical force people who actually delivered our independence, and that the Redmonds and the O'Connells and the Isaac Butts and the rest of them were not going to deliver an independent Ireland any more than the Scottish Nationalist Party has delivered independence for Scotland. So I just wanted to say that when we consider O'Connell as a historical figure, as Adrian Hardiman said in 2013 here, he wasn't a saint, and he was by no means a saint, but he was a hugely important figure in confronting the domination of this island by the island of Britain. But 2 centuries after Catholic emancipation and 1 century after the creation of an independent Irish state, I think it's timely to consider the health of Irish democracy, and in particular the dangers to the spirit of democratic politics which confronts our parliamentary system today. And I'm going to make the case to you today that our national parliament, the Oireachtas, is in many ways failing in its role as a truly mature legislature for an independent Irish republic. Recent events to which Maurice made reference, including the 2 referendums held on the 8th of March, shouldn't be forgotten, but need to be revisited in terms of parliamentary process. Our constitutional order rightly vests in the people as the ultimate sovereign power, the choice by referendum to reject or accept bills to amend our fundamental law, the Constitution. And the parliamentary process that placed those 2 referendums before the Irish people for their judgment was deeply flawed. Each of the referendum proposals in the 39th and 40th amendments to the Constitution bills were guillotined through the 2 houses of the Oireachtas, aided by government whips. The great majority of parliamentarians voted to prevent other parliamentarians discussing the matter, debating the matter, amending the proposals, considering the implications, social, economic and legal, of what was being proposed. They obeyed their party whip. They passed what are called guillotine motions. And for those of you who aren't so concerned with parliamentary procedure, a guillotine motion says the bill passes all stages with 1 vote, no amendments are accepted to the bill, and finally, except amendments that the government themselves have tendered. And in the case of those 2 bills, 3 hours was given to the Senate to discuss the 2 stages of those bills, and the matter was then immediately curtailed and put to the people. Now, that whole process, by the way, neither of those 2 constitutional amendments was in any sense urgent, No pre-legislative scrutiny of the proposals in the Oireachtas was permitted. The constitutional, legal and social consequences of the amendments were never carefully examined by members of the Oireachtas. And worse still, as we know, some ministers actively misled the electorate in relation to the constitutional, legal and fiscal implications of the referendum proposals, safe in the knowledge that the true situation would only emerge after the votes had been cast. Now, at the heart of this malaise, and I'm not going to dwell on the referendum process any further, is the dominance of the Irish executive, the government, over the democratically elected members of our national parliament. This dominance takes the form of a whip system, which in Ireland is, if not the strictest and most unforgiving, certainly one of the most strict and unforgiving to be found in any liberal parliamentary democracy anywhere in what we call the free world. Now, as somebody who actually supported and campaigned for the repeal of the 8th Amendment of the Constitution, the pro-life clause which was inserted unwisely some 30 years ago, I nonetheless regard with a certain degree of distaste and shame the manner in which members of the Dáil Éireann, who in conscience held the opposite view from my view, were driven out of their parties and had their political careers ended simply for standing up for their heartfelt beliefs. Why couldn't conscientious objectors stand by their beliefs and principles without sacrificing their political careers? It wasn't even as if they had stood for election on a platform of repealing the 8th Amendment. And you know, there's nothing technically impossible about giving freedom of conscience. The Progressive Democrats, when they existed, accorded to all members the right to vote in accordance with conscience, regardless of the party's stance. And that happened on one occasion, at least, to my knowledge. But it raises the wider question as to why the independence of party members it must be so radically constrained in Ireland compared to, say, the Parliament at Westminster, where you can rebel against the whip, or the Bundestag in Germany, which under their federal law actually has a clause prohibiting the penalisation of any member of the Bundestag for voting in accordance with their conscience. And that was obviously a reaction in the fledgling Federal Republic of Germany to the excesses of the Nazi regime. But we have a very, why is it impossible in Ireland to accord even the slightest respect to the individual consciences of parliamentarians? Now, I fully accept that as a matter of pragmatism, any government whose existence depends on the day-to-day acquiescence or support of a majority in the Dáil Éireann, it requires some degree of organisation, coherence, and something approaching discipline of some kind. But there's no need, I suggest to you, to have the harshness that exists in Ireland at the heart of how our politics works. And you know, I was thinking about the abolition of the Seanad, preparing for today, and reminding myself that that was the topic that I addressed here in 2013. And you know, the shocking thing is that government senators were whipped into voting to abolish their own house. And I'll come back to that if I may. Now, could there be a new political culture? And I just want to draw to your attention that during the period 2016 to 2020, a minority Fine Gael independent coalition governed Ireland without there being political chaos. For instance, in the Seanad, the Occupied Territories Bill, which sought to prohibit the importation of goods manufactured in the West Bank and in the West Bank settlements in breach of international law, that was passed by a majority of senators against the wishes of the government in Seanad Éireann. And the government didn't collapse on that. It wasn't a shock to the system that the government lost that argument, because it didn't have a majority of senators who agreed with its line. And the Fianna Fáil senators in particular, they were happy, even while their party was party to a confidence and supply agreement, to exercise their own individual position to support the bill. And what I'm asking is, has the time not come now for a new political culture to emerge in our national parliament? A culture which permits diversity and which encourages parliamentarians to keep the executive accountable to the Dáil, rather than having the Dáil simply bow to every demand of the executive. Would the emergence of such a culture in Ireland make Ireland ungovernable? I very much doubt it. Now, mention was made by Maurice of the 2013 meeting of this organisation, and I completely agree with him. I mourn the passing of my great friend Adrian Hardiman. I mourn the passing of another great Irish woman, Dr. Margaret McCurtain, Sister Benvenuta, and Noel Whelan, Senior Counsel. These were formidable brains, and it is a tragedy that we have been deprived of them by the Grim Reaper in the interval. But that event took place in early September 2013, and in early October there was a referendum to abolish the Seanad. And Noel Whelan and Senator Fergal Quinn and Catherine Zappone and myself and a few others established a small campaign group called Democracy Matters, and our slogan was, we said, retain the Seanad and reform it, and our slogan was, open it, don't close it. And the following month, the people of Ireland rejected the abolition proposal in what the then Taoiseach Enda Kenny described as a wallop for his government. But it's worth reminding ourselves that the Constitution circumscribes the powers of the Seanad so much to avoid the chamber turning into a rival legislature for Dáil Éireann. For instance, I don't think most Irish people know this, because I don't think we teach our Constitution. After 90 days after any bill is presented to the Seanad for its consideration and debate, which has been passed by Dáil Éireann, it is open to Dáil Éireann to pass a resolution deeming the matter to have been passed by both houses. So unlike the Parliament Act, which changed the position of the House of Lords, in Ireland, the window of opportunity for a recalcitrant Seanad to delay government legislation is, if it behaves unreasonably, just 90 days. From here, or the summer vacation almost, in Dáil Éireann terms. And the effect of Article 23 is to prevent the Seanad from impeding the Dáil where it legislates and where the Dáil considers that the Seanad is being unreasonable. Now, as if 90 days was not a very slim window of opportunity, the next article in our Constitution, Article 24, goes on to say that if the government certifies that a bill is of significant importance for the preservation of public peace and security, or for any reason based on domestic or international emergency, that 90 days can be shortened to any period that the Dáil considers. And you may know that when bills to amend the Constitution are put forward, they must start in Dáil Éireann. The Seanad can't do it by itself. It can't start a referendum process by itself. And then there's Article 27 of the Constitution, which provides a procedure under which the President of Ireland can, if he is petitioned by 1/3 of Dáil deputies and a majority of senators, put legislation of national importance which has been passed without the agreement of Seanad Éireann before the people for decision by referendum. Now, that power has never been used, for the simple reason that the Seanad has always been elected in a way which ensures that the government of the day, or virtually always, has an effective majority. But the point I'm making about those constitutional provisions is that there never was and never any substance in the argument that if you open up the Seanad to direct election by the people, that it can, in any sense, turn itself into a rival Dáil. It can't. But there is one amendment which was made much later to our Constitution, which, again, I don't think most people have ever been made aware of. And that is, under the European treaties, there is provision for member states to surrender their rights of unanimity. So in other words, we all know that Ireland has a veto on taxation, but it's open to the Irish government to surrender that right at the Council of Ministers in a number of ways, and this is provided for in Article 29 of the Constitution. And the only precondition for exercising the right to surrender a veto is that that both houses of the Oireachtas have concurred in that by resolutions in each of them to allow that to happen. So tomorrow, our government could surrender our veto on taxation, and the only thing that would stand between that happening or the need to put the matter to the people in a referendum is, in fact, the right of Seanad Éireann to say no. And that's a valuable safeguard, I think, when you think of it. So it's clear that while the Seanad has some very important checks and balances in relation to not removing the president and not removing members of the judiciary, it is by no means a body which needs to be dominated by Dáil Éireann. And all of those safeguards in respect of the supremacy of the Dáil, which are in the Constitution, underline the clear truth that there is no need to impose a rigid whip system on a majority in the Seanad, or to guillotine legislation through the Seanad, or to dominate the electorate for the Seanad in the way it does today. And I think everybody here knows that the only people, apart from university graduates, who elect the Senate are local authority members and outgoing senators and incoming Dáil deputies, a group of approximately 1,200 people. And the next thing I want to say to you is this, that the 2013 abolition proposal was produced on the basis in 2011 by Enda Kenny at a Fine Gael President's dinner in City West Hotel. And without any consultation with his own party at all, he sprung this on them as something he intended to put in the next, as a Fine Gael policy in the forthcoming general election. The strange thing about that was that the reason he did that was because his leadership of Fine Gael was under some pressure by dissidents who favoured handing the leadership over to former Minister Richard Bruton. The proposal took Fine Gael by surprise, and the arguments that were tendered to the people for abolishing the Seanad were effectively false, holding the referendums on that day, one of which was designed to put manners on the judiciary by providing that their salaries could be cut when there was a national emergency, which is entirely unnecessary. But those two referendums cost between 15 and 20 million euros, and you were told that it was important to get rid of the Seanad because every year it cost the Irish taxpayer 25 million euros, and posters were put up. But in the course of the campaign, and this is something that we should remember, Enda Kenny cynically threatened that if his abolition proposal were defeated, his government would not reform the manner in which the Seanad was elected. He wanted to pull the rug from the arguments of those who wanted to keep the Seanad and reform it, and he said, if you vote to keep it, I'm doing nothing to reform it. However, once he took his wallop, he realised he had to change tack. He appointed Dr. Maurice Manning, who was then a former Dáil deputy, a former senator, a political scientist of great standing, and a former president of the Irish Human Rights Commission. And he asked him to suggest ways in which the mode of electing the Seanad could be changed. And Maurice Manning produced a report. I won't go through all the detail that I have here of it, but he proposed that of the 43 senators who were elected by councillors and members of the Oireachtas, that 30 of those 43 should be elected by direct election from electorates of people who decided that they were, for instance, interested in agriculture or interested in education and culture or whatever, industry and commerce or labour or whatever, and that every citizen in Ireland, not just university graduates, would have the right to vote on a panel election to elect a majority. When you add it, 30, when you add in the university people, the 6 university people, that a majority of the 60 members of the Senate would in fact be directly elected. And he and Joe O'Toole crafted this proposal. It didn't require a further referendum. It required a simple bill to amend the way in which the electorate is composed. And that was presented to the government in 2015. As soon as it was presented to the government, what happened? Nothing. And Micheál Martin, then an opposition leader, reprimanded the Taoiseach for establishing this group, and he elicited from him in a face-to-face meeting that the Cabinet had never even considered, this was a Fine Gael Labour Cabinet, had never even considered Dr. Manning's report. So nothing happened at all. So then came the 2016 election, which brought about the minority coalition that I mentioned earlier. And into the frame steps Catherine Zappone. And she insisted that the implementation of the Manning report should be part of the government programme. And that was published with the agreement of Enda Kenny, who was still Taoiseach. And the next thing that happened is that there was a push within Fine Gael, and Enda Kenny was replaced by Leo Varadkar. And he came to the Seanad on St. Bridget's Day in 2018, nothing having happened in the meantime. And he said that he was committed to implementing the Manning report. And he said there would have to be universal suffrage using the panel system, allowing people to choose which panel suits them best, and that it would be based on the important principle that every citizen in Ireland would have a right to vote, not just graduates, so you can only vote on one panel. And interestingly, he said on that same occasion that the election of the Cathaoirleach of the Seanad should be done by secret ballot in the same way as Dáil Éireann had taken that away from the gift of the Cabinet. In due course, he proposed establishing a group to implement this, to assist in the implementation, an all-party group. That all-party implementation group was formed. I was made its chairman. We were given 8 months in which to come up with not merely a further report, but a bill which would actually be capable of being enacted. And we did that within time. And I have to tell you one thing that I always found amusing. At our first meeting, 2 senators whose political shirt colour is similar to my own, suggested that the 8 months was too ambitious. And they suggested that we should widen our inquiries. And one of them suggested that we should travel abroad to see how second chambers work. And I remember saying, like where? And the answer was New Zealand. That was bad enough. But in fact, New Zealand had abolished its Senate about 20 years previously. So my group worked hard and produced a report. It produced a report with a bill attached to it, drafted by a professional parliamentary draftsman whose fees were paid for by the Department of the Taoiseach. It tweaked the Manning report somewhat, and we presented our report to the Taoiseach, Leo Varadkar, within 8 months. And in early 2019, I sought a meeting with him to discuss what was going to happen next. And I went to his room, and he sat me down, and I said, I'm anxious to see what happens now to the bill. You have the bill, it's drafted at the expense of your department. And he said, I've no intention of promoting that bill. That, he said to me, he said, I was always an abolitionist. And I said, yes, but you made commitments on St. Bridget's Day last year. And he said, I have no intention of promoting that bill. If the opposition attempts to do it now, he was in a minority at this stage, I will allow, and this was a very interesting thing, I will allow a free vote, but I will not give government support for it. And I just come back to that, because that volte-face genuinely shocked me. I couldn't believe that this group had been established. It had prepared a very elaborate report. It had 100 sections in the bill, 5 schedules, ready to roll, and he was saying he had no interest whatsoever in it. Effectively saying to all of the people who in good faith participated in the process that they were wasting their time. He had no interest in reforming the way the Seanad was elected. And I was particularly shocked because you may recall that I mentioned earlier that people who had stood on their conscience, even though I don't agree with them, on the Eighth Amendment, were fired out of the party and were not accorded a free vote. But when the interests of the political establishment came in question, the Taoiseach was telling me that on that he would allow a free vote. In other words, he'd allow it sink without trace, because he'd say to members of the Oireachtas, implement this if you want. And of course, if it ever got to the Seanad, you can imagine that the great majority of senators at the time were elected under the county councillor electorate system, and they weren't going to vote to abolish themselves or to reduce the number of seats elected in that manner. Now, all I can say about this is that that was a wake-up moment for me in relation not merely to Taoiseach Varadkar, but also as to whether there was ever any intention, really, to open up the Oireachtas. And I just want to draw your attention to 2 other things which happened, one of which was quite significant. Maurice Manning had also proposed that the Irish legislature, the Oireachtas, does not really engage at all with the European parliamentary process or with other parliamentary institutions in member states in the European Union. And he said a reformed Seanad, where people aren't holding clinics every day of the week and in contest with fellow party members and political opponents to keep their seat at the next election. A reformed Seanad was the ideal body to bring into the affairs of the Oireachtas a European dimension. And the result of all of that was that a proposal was generated by another Kerry man, Mark Daly, to establish a standing committee of the Seanad to look at impending EU directives and see how they are proposed to be brought into Irish law. And that proposal was again approved by the Cabinet more than a year ago. But as soon as it attempted to seek details of draft statutory instruments to transpose European law into Ireland, it ran into massive opposition from the civil service in all the departments who were sitting on proposals and who did not want their inertia to be exposed. And finally, most surprisingly, Jennifer Carroll McNeill herself, a barrister, and a well-qualified barrister, came to the committee and explained that not only was there a practical difficulty in doing this, but there was a legal difficulty in that the Attorney General had said that any draft statutory instrument, up to the moment that the Minister approves it by signing it into law, is a legally privileged document which cannot be disclosed to anybody. So our terms of reference, which were to look at draft statutory instruments and to decide which of them required special attention, meant absolutely nothing at all. Now, that's legal drivel. I mean, if I'm about to say Micheál Martin was about to ban smoking in various places by a regulation, he's entitled to show the statutory instrument to the Vintners Federation or whatever and say, this is what I intend to do. But we were told, no, that would be breach of legal privilege, and these things must remain secret until the minister enacts them. So that was bad enough. But going back to Leo's great speech of the 1st of February 2018, he also said, as I told you, that the manner of electing the Cahersiveen and Lascaheirlock of the Seanad should be amended to allow members of the Houses to choose their own person free from the control of the party whip by a secret ballot process. And that process is in operation in Dáil Éireann. The Cabinet can't say it's Deputy Michael McDowell is going to get the job as part of a coalition arrangement or whatever. They can't do that. So about a year ago, the drafting of the standing orders of the Seanad to accomplish that end commenced. The civil service in Leinster House produced a draft. The Committee on Procedure and Privileges, which normally examines proposed changes to standing orders, was told on a number of occasions that some of its members wanted to bring the draft back to their parliamentary groups for further consideration. And in May of this year, the matter was still on the agenda, and the government deputies, senators, simply voted to reject the idea. Without any discussion, without any reason given, they just simply said, they raised their hands and said, vote to reject. And that means that the chair of the Seanad and the Lascaheirlock's position will be effectively decided in the next election and in future by a decision of the Cabinet imposed through a party whip. So, am I cynical about what has happened? I'm not, but I do have to say this, that the fact that the government got a wallop. The fact that Maurice Manning was asked to report on widening the electoral system for the Seanad to allow every citizen of the state one vote in one of the panels, even if that person is not a university graduate, that idea seemed to have support, but nobody was willing to actually do anything about it. And I don't want to blow my own trumpet because I'm not doing that. But I do want to say this, that the university senators, when you think about them, people like Fergal Quinn, people like Mary Robinson, who proposed the repeal of the ban on contraception and was told that her proposal was a curse on Ireland, and she couldn't even get a seconder for the first stage of the bill to allow it to be printed. And people like David Norris, who very courageously campaigned for gay rights at a time when it was very, very difficult to do so through the Irish courts and at European level. Those are voices which are not heard, were not heard at the time in Dáil Éireann. Contraception was too difficult an issue at the time. The Irish solution to the Irish problem, have we forgotten that? Nobody would suggest repeal of the laws in respect of homosexuality until Máire Geoghegan Quinn eventually did so in the context of the European Court of Human Rights, clearly making it very clear that what Ireland was doing was in breach of the Convention on Human Rights. But those voices of independent people who are not subject to party whips are hugely important. And as I say, the government isn't threatened if the people are given the chance to elect senators. And I ask you this. The Supreme Court recently, in a case brought by Tomás Hínahan, has ruled that the restriction of university representation in the Seanad to National University of Ireland and Trinity College is unconstitutional and is in breach of the obligation on the state, going back to the amendment to allow other bodies to also be part of the university electorate back in the 1970s. And, you know, what we're going to have now is perhaps maybe 1 million or 1.2 million people entitled to vote for 6 university senators if they bother to register. But the young man or the young woman who takes up an apprenticeship, who goes into some other life career which doesn't involve getting a degree, will be a second-class citizen if the Manning report is not implemented. Why should it be that a farmer or an apprentice or a builder or a business person who rolled up his or her sleeves and decided to start their own business without going to get a university degree should be treated as somebody less entitled to have a say in how Seanad Éireann is composed than a university graduate? And what will the effect be of saying to 1.2 million people, you can vote for 6 senators? Who will be elected? Will they be the likes of Mary Robinson and the like? Who knows? But the independence of mind that was shown by that generation of university senators, and I've only mentioned a few of them, John A. Murphy was another, the independence of mind and Joe Lee, the historian, was another. Those people are needed in our Oireachtas, and their voices will not be heard in our Oireachtas if the only voices are people elected by politicians or alternatively in multi-seat PR constituencies at general elections. Now, interestingly, on the 15th of March of this year, Leo Varadkar as Taoiseach wrote an article in the Irish Independent reflecting on the double defeat of the two referendum proposals. That referendum was held on International Women's Day and the day before International Mother's Day, you may recall, the 8th of March, it was the voting day. And he wrote the following in a reflective article on the outcome on the 15th of March. I've also been on the losing side in referendums, abolition of the Seanad and Oireachtas inquiries. Disappointed at the time, I made recriminations. I came to realise that the people were wise and made the right decision. He added on the following, he said, the Seanad provided a check and balance on the Dáil that otherwise would not exist. We've seen the value of that in recent months. What was he talking about? Was he talking about the small group of independent senators who were only allowed to make their arguments directly to the people and were curtailed when they attempted to have a decent debate in the Seanad by a guillotine motion? What was he saying? That the Seanad had proved its worth in that a few independent senators had made the arguments, Tom Clone and myself and others, to the Irish people directly. It wasn't the Seanad as an institution that did that. The Seanad as an institution closed down the debate and refused point blank to allow any considered any consideration of the implications of those two referendum proposals. And, you know, he wrote that on the 15th of March in the Irish Independent. He hopped on a plane to Washington and went through the St. Patrick's Day rituals, which are so valuable for Ireland's international standing, and came back here. On the 20th of March, he announced that he intended to stand down, meaning that all of the words he spoke about Seanad reform, all of the solemn undertakings he made, simply vanished with him. I haven't heard a word from Taoiseach Harris on the subject, and I don't imagine that I will. So we're in the run-up to another general election in which opinion polls, some of them at any rate, predict that a likely outcome is the formation of a government supported by independent TDs. And if that should come to happen, I really hope that those independent TDs should insist on two things. Firstly, as independents, they should insist on a relaxation of the savage whip culture which forces people at the peril of their political career to choose between their conscience and their continued membership of the Oireachtas. And secondly, that they should, the independent TDs elected, should say, as Catherine Zappone did so courageously in 2016, implement reform of the Seanad. You have nothing to fear from a Seanad which is so constitutionally weak, but which has done Ireland on so many social issues, from contraception to gay rights to all sorts of other issues in the middle, which has been a sounding board for voices and for people who would never be elected to Dáil Éireann to influence the outcome of the Irish legislative process. There is an opportunity, just as in 2013 when I was speaking here, there was an October referendum coming up. We're now told there's a November general election coming up. I hope it has the result of finally delivering a different political culture. Thank you very much indeed.
Somebody rang me during the week and asked what Michael McDowell was going to talk about. And in order to retain his interest, I said, I don't know. I said, but sure as hell it'll be interesting. So I think you'll agree with me. We had a very wonderful and interesting and stimulating lecture from Michael, and he'll take some questions now from you for about 15 minutes or so, because we have a book launch after this, and we have a thing in the football field after it. So let's give ourselves maybe about 15 or 20 minutes or thereabouts. So, any questions? Yes, Mary. Will you handle this yourself? There's no need for me.
Go ahead.
Senator, thank you very much for your.
Yeah.
Thanks very much for your interesting thoughts as usual, which we all enjoy reading about and listening to. I get the impression that you're nervous about our current legislative system, which in other terms is called legislative sovereignty and parliamentary sovereignty. And I've heard you use it, I think, because it's coming up to election time. Is it time, in your opinion, that you started to utilize those vehicles that you've written about called quangos and tangos?
Well, I mean, quangos, tax-assisted non-governmental organisations, I describe them in the Irish Times as tangos rather than quangos. And, you know, I do have to say that I have huge reservations about the process of citizens' assembly. And the reason I have them is that politicians use them as a kind of a shield for political absence of courage themselves. I mean, for instance, some of their proposals I would agree with, but others I wouldn't agree with. I mean, I wouldn't agree with reducing the age of voting to eligibility for Dáil elections to 16. I believe that the term adolescent means something. Somebody who's becoming an adult, I believe that children and childhood is something which we've fixed at the age of 18. And I don't think that a proposal to amend the Constitution to bring that about would be approved. And you have to remind yourself that the Citizens' Assembly suggested that the current provision in the Irish Constitution, which mirrors the American Constitution, interestingly, that you have to be at least 35 years of age to be president, that should be changed and that anybody should be electable as president at the age of 21. Now, you know, that proposal was actually put to the people and was stamped on by a massive majority, much bigger than the more recent majorities. You know, people just thought, this is ridiculous. Why should we do such a thing? So I'll give you an example of a referendum that probably will have to be held. And that is that we now have a requirement of 1 TD for every 20 to 30,000 citizens. And the Dáil has been expanded recently, I think, by the addition of 8 or 9 new people. The population went up because of the Ukrainian influx, which the Constitution counts them in as people who give rise to the ratio, and anyway, inward migration is going up, legal and illegal, but inward migration is going up at the moment. And if it continues to grow, the Dáil will be going well over 200 deputies fairly soon. And if the British, for instance, if the House of Commons had the same ratio of TDs to population, there'd be between 2,000 and 2,500 people sitting on the green benches in Westminster. So, I mean, that's an example of something which we probably will have to face up to, and say Dáil Éireann is going to have to be composed of a fixed figure of, say, 180 people, or whatever figure we arrive at, divided among constituencies in a fair manner, etc., etc. But when it came back to the referendum proposal, I was struck by the fact that bodies such as, say, the National Women's Council, which were 90% financed by the state, played a leading role on the yes side. But there was no money available for the no side. Although under existing jurisprudence, nobody can use public money to try to influence the outcome of an election, state-sponsored bodies coming out one way or another, they're there, they have chief executives and they have premises and the like because they are assisted by the taxpayer. I'm not so sure that I think I put it this way more positively. I believe that the place for leading public opinion is in Parliament itself, and especially if there was a reformed Shannon, that's the place for that to be done. If you want to campaign on sectoral issues, it shouldn't be a case of just using taxpayer money for favoured bodies to take political stances and to make demands of constitutional change. So I am sceptical of the tangos, and I do think that both the tangos and the citizens' assemblies, and my brother Moore did a study on the so-called random selection of people to serve on citizens' assemblies, and he demonstrated that it's a complete nonsense. I mean, if on a pro-life issue, say something like that, how many people who are middle of the road are going to say, I'm going to give up 12 months and attend monthly meetings and weekly sub-meetings in a hotel in Malahide? And I'm not really convinced one way or the other. I'll go there with an open mind. It doesn't work out that way. So I think the real Citizens' Assembly must be the Oireachtas.
We can take just one other question because time is moving on.
Okay.
Bridget,
sorry.
We'll have two. Yeah.
Can I ask you, Michael, about another institutional advice committees? Because the Nordic states have very strong parliamentary accountability, but they're characterised by really strong, effective, deliberative committees where the laws are looked at in a very serious way. In Ireland, we've increased the number of committees, we've staffed them more, but I don't get the sense that they've led to an increased level of accountability, and I just wondered what your experience of the committee system is.
Well, Bridget, thank you for that. We have reformed, we have introduced a thing called pre-legislative scrutiny, and there is now an obligation on ministers who are cooking up legislation to put the scheme of their proposed legislation before it becomes a bill in for discussion before a committee. But the committees in question are dominated, say at the moment, by the government parties, and they really don't behave independently. Sometimes they do, in fairness. I mean, Charlie Flanagan is in charge of the Defence Committee, and he has shown a good deal of independence. And some other sectoral committee chair people have, in fact, shown a degree of independence. But the actual scrutiny itself is, it's usually one afternoon. There's a 3-hour discussion, and very rarely there are, let's call in witnesses from the affected bodies, the Vintners Association or the trade unions or whatever it is, the Irish Nurses and Midwives Organisation. Let's have them in. On some issues that happens, and then there's selectivity about who is in fact invited to come in. You know, the political selectivity. We're not having that crowd in. We know they're against this or whatever. But I think that the culture in Westminster, a minister cannot breeze into a Westminster committee and hope that his allies on the committee will see him out without any bother and no damage inflicted. You see Conservative Party, in the last government, Conservative Party people putting the boot into ministers of their own party, because they feel that they have, there is some respect for their independence and that there will not be repercussions, even though the English whips, they can be a fairly nasty lot behind the scenes as well, as we know. But in Ireland, I don't think that culture still yet exists. And I really am optimistic that we can bring about a culture of that kind. But one of the things that could bring it about, because the joint committees have both TDs and senators, usually say 12 TDs and 6 senators. Once you open up the Seanad, you'll get independent voices right across the committee system demanding that minority voices be heard, or minority expressions of opinion will be heard. And I think a different relationship between the executive and the TDs will emerge. At the heart of it, Bridget, it's this, that the executive, through its party whip system, decides, who's going to be nominated to committees. And if, like Lucinda Creighton, you take your stance pro-life, that's the end of your membership of a committee. You're just taken off, and a person who's more malleable is put on. That kind of culture should change. And I think the Nordic system, as you rightly say, accords to the parliamentary process far more independence. And just one example, when I was Minister for Justice, we'd introduced a system that before I went to any council meeting of the European Union, I convened the Justice Committee to discuss the agenda which was coming up. And it was a very disappointing procedure, because they'd see one item, say, for instance, the battle against drugs in Europe, and then we'd have an argument about what the Department of Justice was doing in relation to controlling heroin in Dublin, which wasn't the issue, but you could get a cheap headline out of making a point or whatever.
Just a very last question. Very brief note.
Yeah. How do you think the format of electing publicly the Senate with the Dáil would be on the same day? Do you think, I know it's an awkward question, but I think you're correct, it should be elected publicly at this stage.
Well, there's two things to say about that. Number one, it may not be a terrible thing that some people who fail in the Dáil election narrowly can be kept in the political system. And I didn't mention one thing, and that is that with the exception of James Doog, no full minister has been appointed from the Seanad, even though up to 2 ministers can be appointed from the Seanad. I do believe that when Gary Fitzgerald appointed James Doog as his Minister for Foreign Affairs, that was an innovation. It only lasted 6 months because his government collapsed almost immediately thereafter. But what you're saying is, if you coordinated the two, you'd have to either be a TD or be a senator. You wouldn't be able to do both. Well, I suppose the answer to the point, there's something to be said for that, in that perhaps we should disqualify recent TDs, including myself, from standing in the election where I lost my seat in 2007. Maybe there's something to be said for that. And if it's all that important that I be put into the Seanad because I'm a tragic loss to the nation, let the Taoiseach make me one of his 11 nominees. If there was a separate, by the way, the Constitution requires that the Seanad be elected by postal ballot. So you couldn't, under the present system, have a polling station with two boxes in it. But even if you could coordinate the two in some way, I think that in reality, if the Manning reforms are brought in, citizens will be voting on a different occasion, looking at a different ballot paper, and they won't really be trying to save the skin of people who failed to clear the jump at the last general election.
Thank you very much.
So